They're smart and capable. They're innovative and extremely complex. Rise to the challenge and unleash your creativity to boost innovation with a collaborative approach to electronic systems design. Let your engineers do what they really love. Increase their creativity with concurrent design. Today's electronics impact all areas of our lives. They can analyze data and give feedback in real time. They communicate with their users, their creators, and with one another. And some operate autonomously. Unfortunately, they are also far more complex to design, engineer, and manufacture. Designers are frustrated by disconnected tools and redundant processes that slow them down. Set them free from unproductive tasks and give them visibility into the latest project data from every team member. Transform your traditional workflow to efficiently conquer product complexity. With the most comprehensive digital twin, you include all design and software with collaboration, sharing, reuse, and control. Shift left by integrating simulation and test earlier in design where the errors are the cheapest to detect and correct. Connect all engineering disciplines and give them best-in-class solutions to thrive in today's challenging electronics market and unleash your creativity to boost innovation with Siemens Electronic Systems Design. Siemens, where today meets tomorrow.
Welcome to Ringer Events platform. Now is our networking session, so let me share some tips with you so you can have a smoothly user experience during this time. Now you are in the lobby page. At the left hand side there's a social wall here. We have plenty of information. You can scroll down and enjoy. We have banner and the sponsors video here. You can scroll down to see we have agenda for today's conference. Most importantly, please find your right hand side, the chat box. Leave a message here to introduce yourself and your company or organization. Also, you can use a YouTube link or downloading PDF link to introduce yourself better. Now let's go to networking. At the networking page, you can find out every registrant of this conference today gathering around here, including you. For example, Arnold, I would like to know you better. You can find their position and company name tag after their names. Click Start Chat. You can have a private message with them. Hi Arnold. You can have a messenger pop up here. Use this function well and make new friends. Also make your business happen. Next, please go to Booth. At the Booth tag, you can find out Siemens, Philippines Manufacturing Company of Murata, SEIPI, AEIS, and VEIA, their booth. Especially, take a look at Siemens booth. If you scroll down, not only you can find out their website, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook, but also they prepared the download Siemens ebook resource here. Take a look at them. And scroll down, we have the video for each booth. You can also leave a message here at right hand side. To ask their questions, the messengers there are happy to answer your question. At the end, please go to the feedback form. We would like to make a better conference for you in the future, so don't forget, leave a comment here. We would like to know you better. Also, if you want us to make a business partner's appointment for you, don't be shy, tell us. That's all. Enjoy your conference today.
The pace of digitalization is unprecedented, and it's completely transforming our world, harnessing new technologies across the landscape of industry to fundamentally change the way we live. Electronics will be pervasive as companies move from selling hardware to providing personalized digital services. IoT will connect everything with automation and intelligence to optimize performance. It's all enabled by digital threads that turn silo data into connected disciplines and processes. These threads form the neural network of a digital twin, a virtual entity which mirrors the physical world, turning data into insight to continuously design, build, and optimize throughout the product and production lifecycle. This transforms siloed electronic systems development, enabling intelligent simulations and parallel design to front-load quality control. Synchronizing data throughout the supply chain and manufacturing process improves productivity and allows manufacturers to diagnose potential obstacles and avoid them. An integrated lifecycle with requirements, planning, and execution in a single system allows complex products to be developed faster and with a full collaboration of all stakeholders. Siemens can help you achieve rapid digital transformation, powered by the world's most comprehensive digital twin. There's no need to dream about the future. It's already here.
I am here at Roy Electronics in Northern Italy, and I'm going to share with you now the PCB assembly process as it starts from the breadboard PCBs to the end customers. Roy Electronics have implemented a very advanced Industry 4.0 PCB assembly shop floor. As you can see, there are hardly any operators in this production floor because they have chosen to implement a very high level of automation. This is the shop floor of the future. Let's go have a look. The burr board goes into the laser marking machine. The machine marks a unique serial number which comes from the ERP and reports to the output file that the Valor IoT can then collect the data. The serial number will enable us to track this specific board and know exactly what happened to it. At Roy, the serial numbers are generated by the ERP and are unique to each PCB. The screen printer applies the paste through the stencil. Each job has a different stencil which is planned with Valor process preparation. It must be precise per product and per revision. At this station, we can expect a relatively high rate of defects. It is very sensitive to environment condition, temperature, humidity, time. This is the reason for many tests and inspection after this stage. With Valor Material Management, we can conduct stencil verification by scanning the stencil barcode and reporting the exact stencil and paste we have used.
So we use the digital as a platform of new communication because this is very important. If you don't have the digital life and your business will be fading away.
More accelerate localized production network and local supply chain network. Step by step, by manually, using the very simple sensor and very simple analysis tool. So we are just in the beginning.
They have to be quick thinking, quick decision making, and quick changes. So also set more agile systems. E-procurement, e-sourcing, but also...
So, having the technology is one thing, okay, knowing what to 3D print, okay, what to design is another thing. Yeah. So the thing is, and you can see, based on the color, They also use the color as communication. For example, this is color.
And originally, we have Tata Color Vietnam, and our office located in.
Gentlemen, welcome, good afternoon, or good morning. I hope you are all doing well. Thanks for joining us today. I'm your host, Jack, and I'm an editor from Ringer Trade Media. I want to welcome you all to our very exciting and interesting virtual conference. The topic today is the ASEAN Electronics and Semiconductor Manufacturing Summit 2022. Hi, Mr. Toy Alice. Not your time yet. Let me do the opening first. Okay. That is one of our speakers later, and she'll be joining us in the live Q&A, answering all the questions asked in the presentation. So, seize your chance to learn from the experts today. Okay, let me move on. For this event, we will have two parts. The first part is the electronics manufacturing from 1 o'clock to 2:50. And the second part is the semiconductor part from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock p.m. ASEAN is a very vibrant hub for electronics manufacturing, which accounts for around 20% to 50% of the total export value in the most countries in Asia. High quantities of the world's consumer electronics like televisions, radios, computers, and smartphones come from the Asian region. Also, more than 80% of the world's hard drives are made in Asia. So, today, let's welcome everyone to join this topic and this conference. But before we begin, I would like to acknowledge our business partner, Siemens Digital Industry Software. Siemens Digital Industry Software is driving transformation to enable a digital enterprise where engineering, manufacturing, and electronics design meet tomorrow. Their accelerator portfolio ignites digital transformation, empowering companies of all sizes to embrace complexity and leverage to enhance productivity and gain a competitive advantage. Their solutions help companies of all sizes create and leverage digital twins that provide organizations with new insights, opportunities, and levels of automation to drive innovation. Next, let me introduce our association supporters. For our association supporters, first, Vietnam Electronic Industries Association, VEIA, established in June 2000 by a group of electronics manufacturers to meet the growing demand of industrial activities and promote the cooperation and the development of electronic industry in Vietnam. Next, the Semiconductor and Electronics Industries in the Philippines Foundation, Incorporated, or SEIPI, which is the largest organization of foreign and Filipino electronics companies in the Philippines. Next, the Association of Electronic Industries in Singapore, AEIS, established in 1973, is a non-profit organization that represents all facets of industrial and commercial electronics. Now, let me give you a rundown to our agenda. Firstly, for the first part of our agenda, which is the electronic manufacturing part, we will have the association speech by Association of Electronic Industries in Singapore, AEIS. This will be followed by a technical speech by two executives from Siemens Digital Industries Software, and a keynote speech by Samsung Electronics Vietnam and supported by Vietnam Electronic Industry Association, VEIA. The last speech for the first part is the industrial sharing by Integrated Microelectronics Incorporated, IMI Global. That's the first part. And then let's see the second part of our session, of our agenda today. We have the semiconductor and manufacturing process. The first on the list, industrial sharing by Philippine manufacturing company of Murata Incorporated, followed by another technical speech by Siemens Digital Industry Software and keynote speech by Semiconductor and Electronics Industries in the Philippines Foundation Incorporated, SEIPI, SEPI. After this, we will have a panel discussion. Oh, the panel discussion is very, very exciting on the topic of digital transformation and smart manufacturing. We will have SEIPI, SEPI, Allegro Microsystems, and IMI Global to join us there. Also, the moderator is Catherine. Catherine is content manager of International Metalworking News for Asia magazine. At the end of our agenda, as you can see on the screen, we will have a lucky draw. So stay tuned, stay with us until the end. Before we begin, I would like to share with you some technical tips that can make your virtual conference experience run smoothly. So please follow these tips for today's event. I have 4 topics today. I will introduce you lobby, conference booth, and networking function. Please follow my lead. On the screen right now, you can see I'm entering the conference lobby. As everyone log in with your login credentials, you can enter the lobby. On the left-hand side, you can see the social wall. Here, at the social wall, we have plenty of the latest information, trend, and news there. You can take a look later. And also, scroll down, we have a video from Siemens, our business partner. Scroll down, we have the agenda. The most importantly, on the right-hand side, see, many of you have leave a short message already to introduce yourself and the company or the organization. You can use YouTube link. You can use some downloading PDF file, or you can simply leave a link to your company. Also, you can share with us with your contact information like your email and contact number. We make friends here. Most importantly, let's make the business happen. So next thing, the very important function is the networking function. All our speakers, delegates, and business partners are gathered around right here in this list. For example, let me talk to Brendan. If you want to talk to anyone on the list, click their name and click Start Chat. Let's say hi to Brendan. This messenger will pop up, so you can enjoy your private chat. Also, if you want, you can start a video chat with anyone in this conference. Next, I would like to introduce you the boost function. Under the boost function tag, you can find out Siemens, Philippines Manufacturing Company of Murata, SEPI, and AEIS, and also VEIA. Brendan, say hi to me too. So, not only you can go to their website, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, and also you can download their ebook and watch their video on their booth. Most importantly, if you want, you can also leave an open message right here on the right-hand side of the chat box. Like that. Hi, Siemens. So, don't hesitate. Talk to as many people as you can. But last thing I would like to remind everyone is that before the end of today's conference, please leave a comment under our Facebook tag. Feedback tag. During this feedback tag, leave your information and also leave your comments to our event. We would like to do it better for you next time, especially if you want us to set a meeting for you to meet these business partners and also the speakers. Don't hesitate. Leave a message to us. Let us arrange the meeting for you. So that's the end of the short tour of our Ringer online platform. Enjoy your conference today. So let's go back to our schedule. Now, after the small technical tips, I would like to begin with our presentations. There are some speakers already stand by there online waiting for your questions. So don't hesitate, leave a question in the chat box to our speakers. We will have a time for live Q&A after each presentation. Let me introduce our first speaker. The first speaker, let's welcome Mrs. Eileen An, Executive Director, Association of Electronic Industries in Singapore, AEIS, as she talk about the topic electrification in the era of the metaverse. A very hot topic today. Very hot topic. Oh, I would like to learn some metaverse. So if you want to learn some news and trends of metaverse, follow my lead. Okay. Mrs. Eileen N, you may have the floor now. And delegates, prepare your questions for the live Q&A later.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and good morning. It is my honor to join you in ASEAN Electronics Semiconductor Manufacturing Summit 2022. My name is Eileen. I'm the Executive Director of AEIS. Let's take a step back to understand about the Singapore electronic industry. In the 60s, the Singapore electronic industry began as an assembler and manufactured simple electronic devices such as television sets, transistor, radio. But over the years, the sector has evolved with advancement in technology to meet the market demand. Today, the sector comprises a portfolio of high-value components such as sensor, RF filter, integrated circuit, which are component products that are indispensable in our daily life. The electronic sector has been and will continue to be a key sector growth for Singapore economy. In 2016, electronic manufacturing accounted for 4.4% of Singapore GDP, an employment of about 68,000 workers. Moving forward, mobile devices will continue to drive the industry. At the same time, new applications such as AI, healthcare, smart manufacturing, autonomous vehicle, and other devices rely heavily on electronics. Even the smart factory of the future will need more sensors and robots. This new application will create greater diversity of demand for electronics and require advancement in hardware. Electronic companies will thus need to broaden their capability and innovate to participate in this new area. With the growth of the electronics industry, it is an exciting aspect for those who involve. It is also producing plenty of unique challenges that require solutions. With the rising demand of smarter products and devices we have in our daily life, consumers want everything smart and even smarter technology. Due to the ever-changing trend in electronic industry and fluctuations in productions, it can be difficult for manufacturing companies to accurately predict and maintain their production goal. Consumers are also becoming increasingly educated on environmental safety and taking this into account when selecting a product or a company to support. Manufacturers who can stay ahead of these challenges and keep their skill up to date will benefit. Companies will gain a competitive advantage by adopting new technology to increase productivity, reduce operating costs, and optimizing resources. Advanced manufacturing will also create new skill job role in manufacturing, such as system engineer, automations technician, or latest EV engineer. The world must be prepared to tap into this global trend and opportunity. We have to ensure our workforce are equipped with skill to take up this opportunity. For example, Workforce Singapore has several programs under the Adapt and Grow initiative to support especially the mid-career change workforce on their career switch and equip this workforce with the right capability to embark their career in the electronic industry. The outlook for Singapore electronic manufacturing sector is positive as country roll out its 5G network. It will create a wave for demand for tech-related products. This is in comparison to 5 other cities, namely Hong Kong, Seoul, Sydney, Taipei, and Tokyo, all of which have already rolled out its 5G network. It is a matter of time until Singapore catch up. For the Singapore manufacturing cluster sector of 2020, the electronic sector accounts for 39% of manufacturing process in Singapore. The electronic cluster grew stronger during pandemic and thereafter. It is boosted by output expansion in semiconductor, data storage, and other electronic module, components, and segment. In particular, the semiconductor segments was strongly supported by the strong demand of semiconductor chip for 5G market. Let's take a quick view of the government forecast. Business segmentation in general manufacturing will remain positive despite the uncertainty caused by pandemic and pressure on supply chain. A weighted 15% of the manufacturing anticipate better business condition, while 7% forecast a weaker business outlook. Overall, a net-weighted 8% of manufacturing firms anticipate a favorable business situation in the first half of 2022 compared to the last quarter of 2021. On the other hand, electronic cluster is the least upbeat, with a net-weighted percentage of 4% from projected a less favorable business situations for the period of January to June 2022. Within the cluster, the semiconductor segment foresee great stability. In the other electronics modules and components segment, some firms are also concerned about softer export order from China. However, the current uncertainty of the world, including petrol costs and political factors, all manufacturing sector performance could be affected. This year, the key technology trend in Singapore as well as the rest of the world are strongly influenced by the pandemic, which has shifted the market demand more abruptly than any single event we have ever witnessed. This dramatically impacts the need for companies to respond fast and become agile, creating both business resilience and opportunity to drive into this reconnecting world, or we soon known as new normal. As economy reopen, manufacturers have to deal with the reality running their operation remotely, with employees maybe continue to work from home. Manufacturers and other industrial organizations today also face the increased demand for tightened integrations and more information. In response, they have started to leverage industrial IoT, Industrial 4.0 technology, and approaches such as 5G network, cloud edge computing, additive manufacturing, additive analytic, digital twins, AR, VR, AI, and other emerging technology. Increasing in demand for smart electronic devices such as smart wearable, smart home, smart vehicle, smart agriculture, smart data analysis also drive into higher demand for data center as well. Many such devices are using sensors to gather temperature, humidity, moisture, pressure, fluid level, and RF system help transport information from one point to another. As devices are becoming smarter, they also starting to become more sustainable. This is crucial in today's world of climate change. Electrical and hydrogen fuel cells are also examples of electronic projects that are indispensable, that are sustainable. In addition, industrial functions and applications are becoming more and more autonomous as demands for customer grow. Given various functions on this device, it creates more autonomous end user function. Autonomous functions are a continuous cycle. Developments in technology may be aplenty, but it is crucial to know that no technology can utilize without protection from hacking. Developments in cybersecurity are projecting smart devices from external threats such as hacking and ransomware to protect user a peace of mind. As mentioned earlier, demand for new smart products such as health and fitness tracking products along with hearable helps market to maintain its momentum. Apple managed to retain the number one positions as it captured 35% of the market share during the last quarter, while Xiaomi waistband has declined, but the company has able to grow and preserve its positions as market leader by focusing on watches. Samsung Galaxy Watch was heavily promoted during the last holiday season through discount and trade-in offer, and the activity paid off as the company managed to gain more market share in the smartwatch market. Huawei growth was impressive and managed to increase its market share during the last quarter, and the company has managed to gain new transactions outside the China thanks to the aggressive marketing. Given the futuristic elements of electronics, I cannot help but to touch upon the ubiquitous nature of digital twins technology and larger metaverse. Before I do so, here is an interesting video about digital twin technology that I found in YouTube. This will help to reflect on the concept prior to our discussion with you. Once again, I would like to thank the creator of this videos, and I hope you have enjoyed the videos. So what is digital twin technology? Digital twin technology refers to the digital representations of a physical objects, process, or service. A digital twin can be a digital replicate of an object on a physical world, like engine, or building, or even a whole city. Digital twin technology is essential to today's fast-moving electronic world. It helps customers to get a clearer understanding of how their product will work after the completion. It is a virtual electronics that will empower the creation of more electronics. The virtual aspect of digital twins technology could be said to be a branch out of the larger metaverse, one of the most trendy words last year. The metaverse is a network of virtual world focusing on social connection. Speaking in terms of electronic manufacturing field, metaverse can transform factory environments into interactive digital space that allow engineers to track elements such as liquid temperature, metallurgy, and supply chain at the touch of a finger. This allows a seamless production efficiency while maintaining quality and tangibility. Despite the popularity of the electronic metaverse and digital twin technology, it must be noted that with any technology advancement, they have their respective restrictions and setbacks. For one certain function may not be simple to replicate like real life. For example, the tangibility of some sensory aspect of functions cannot be replicated fully using metaverse. So sensor and RF system are a few of the key components that are needed for the IoT expansion. In today's market, consumers are always looking for newer sensor technology to optimize energy efficiency and create faster communications for data analysis. We will be hosting a hybrid seminar on the upcoming day, focusing on topics such as 5G advanced manufacturing, 5G technologies and solutions for manufacturing, optimizing manufacturing with IoT, accelerating smart e-mobility design and manufacturing, fast-tracking e-mobility adoptions, and digital twins in manufacturing. It is proudly organized by some of our members, such as ST Engineering, Hexagon, EB Charge, AEIS, GSMA, and Intel. Feel free to scan and register the webinar. We are now transiting into an intelligent world where real-time connectivity is unleashing greater efficiency through big data-driven automation. A paradox of collected objects collecting, sharing, and analyzing data automatically in real time become important not just for individuals, but more for business and services as well as country. And they bring many benefits like saving resources and reducing wastage, reducing manpower costs, minimizing downtime, tracking the locations of vehicles, equipments, products, and most important, improving quality of our life. So who is AEIS? Association of Electronic Industry in Singapore is a non-profit organization established in 1973. We are governed by a team of volunteer executive council members from the industry. Our mission and vision is to cooperate with various partners locally and internationally to promote their products and services and provide a voice for the industry. Thank you for listening to us. We hope you have enjoyed the sections. Also like to thank my team for putting up this presentation. We are now open for question and answer. Thank you.
Hello, Miss Eileen. If you can hear my voice, I would like to welcome you again to join our question mode.
Hi.
Hi, great. Great to see you. Great sharing and the great presentation.
So,
Can you hear my voice loud and clear?
yes, I can hear. I can hear.
Okay, great. So, please, let's answer some of the questions asked during the presentation. Okay.
Yeah, let me take a look.
Can you see it on the right-hand side, the Q&A mode?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay. So, interesting questions. How can we improve the manpower shortage issue? I think manpower shortage issue not just happen in the electronic industry. It happened across to all manufacturing or any company. The world population has actually kind of like reduced, so we need to utilize the technology to grow and maximize this shortage. Retaining and empowering mid-year career workforce is important to attract new workforce into the electronic sector. One area that I think we need to really take and focus on is the involvement into the next generation educations. It will help to influence their decisions to join the industry. So in the past few years, we actually see that there's a drop in terms of intakes for students taking up educations in electronics sector, in the electronic course. But starting from last year, we included this AI art, AI music, drone, EV, metaverse into some of the courses hosted in Singapore. So this year, we are happy that we see a rebound in terms of number of student intake. So yeah, hopefully that will help to build some good skilled workers into the workforce in a couple of years.
So you mean the education is the key, I think?
Yes, the education is the key, but in the short run, the mid-year workforce is somewhere that employer can have a look to see how to attract this mid-year workforce people into the industry.
Let's go to the next question.
Okay.
Oh, while the speaker is speaking the question, delegates, don't forget, we are answering your live questions right now. So ask your question in the chat box. I can send it to the speaker right now. And Mrs. Eileen, let's go to the next one.
Okay. Since you liked about metaverse, okay.
This is a big, very big question. Okay.
Yes. So what are the main challenges with metaverse? Well, VR headsets are still a little bit bulky, and hardware is still very, very costly. So in terms of hardware accessibility is also not the only challenge. We also face issues in other areas. There will be kind of like will be accessing it through your avatars, and problems will lie into your identity, your style, your data, your personality, and your whole new identity. Metaverse will also actually store your emails address and I think password. So it will also store a very important factor, which is our behavior. With this large data mine, the technology needs to ensure that information privacy and personal data security for every user are highly secure. So this will definitely be a huge challenge for the developer. Another important issue could be the mental health. There will be people who will get addicted to the virtual world. And this actually could lead into some mental issues like mental health, depression, anxiety. So it's something that developer also have to consider. So I don't see that metaverse can be in a wide-scale adoption in a very short run until the developer can make the virtual world a reality. I think.
Okay, I honestly barely can understand very short, very little in your answering. But let's go to the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, delegates, if you want further discussion on this hot topic, please leave your message in the chat box as well.
Okay, how visible are smart gauges in long runs regarding automation? Okay, I hope I understand that questions. We believe that there is a demand for smart applications such as gaming, power charging, and of course social medias. So smart gauges will continue to make an impact on the electronic market, given that the metaverse is also a unit smart universal. People will need to use smart gauges to transit into a physical realm. So the probability of edge computing, I think, will increase in terms of robotics requirements for industrial as well. Will also increase in the moving forward technology.
Okay, so due to the time limitation, I think we can have one more question, I guess.
Okay. Okay, something about Singapore.
Okay, this will be our last question.
Okay, so how will Singapore progress in terms of electronic development? So as mentioned earlier, Singapore is in the progress of rolling out the 5G network. So Singapore is targeting to be another smart city of future for sure. With the industrial 4.0 development, especially also in hot topics like EV charging or smart transportations, payment gauges, payment to wallets, and all those kind of area, I think Singapore will definitely progressively achieve in terms of this goal, and it will definitely improve and also impact the whole electronics sectors in Singapore.
Okay, thank you for your answering to the last question. So due to the time limitation, I would like to ask you to make a conclusion to our delegates and say goodbye to them.
Okay, so I hope that in future it will be more of a physical rather than a virtual.
Or hybrid event.
Oh yeah, or hybrid events.
Yeah,
Okay,
we are entering the new era now.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so I hope everybody stay safe, and if you have any questions, could reach out to us. We'll do our best to help you. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, this question I asked for all the delegates. Would you like to also connect or contact with other delegates or have a better further discussion on our Ringer event online platform? Also leave contact information maybe for them to sending you emails to asking more questions.
Okay, bye.
Okay, Eileen, bye-bye. All right. Okay, delegates, let's move on. Our second speaker is from our business partner, Siemens Digital Industry Software. The topic today is learn how the digital twin optimize shop floor utilization. We have two presenters. Let's listen and welcome Noam Ribon, Senior Consultant, and Sunil Chhabra, Global Portfolio Development for Manufacturing Engineering. Let's welcome them. And also, later we are going to have live Q&A as well. I will introduce you our speaker for live Q&A later. Who is Mr. Patrick Wu, Marketing Manager, Siemens Digital Industry Software. So, speakers, you may have the floor.
Thank you for joining our webinar for electronics manufacturers. Today, we'll share with you how the digital twin can improve your production utilization and performance KPIs, or key performance indicators. We'll also share how the digital twin can speed up the process of designing new facilities from the ground up or reconfiguring production lines in existing facilities. We spend a lot of time with our customers, and we've hosted many C-level and senior executives from companies like Lenovo and Foxconn to discuss the trends, challenges, and opportunities in the industry. With electronics going into everything, one key trend was apparent. Much of the electronics industry is consumer-driven. Bosch, a high-end appliance manufacturer, mentioned recently in one of our public forums that embedding electronics into their appliances was imperative to maintaining their premium brand status. This trend means more electronic models, each for a smaller batch of products. Electronic manufacturers now face the challenge of meeting capacity and the increased overhead that comes with smaller lot sizes. Tight labor conditions add a challenge of their own. For small and medium-sized manufacturers, seizing this growth opportunity requires the ability to maintain production KPIs despite of these challenges. Larger manufacturers will also need an ability to build up quickly to meet growing demand. In this webinar, we focus on two areas in our smart manufacturing solutions portfolio. During our session, we will share 3 examples of how we at Siemens use our own tools to achieve the results we are discussing. Let's open with a short movie demonstrating how Siemens numerical control Nanjing, China uses digital twins to improve its KPIs.
From the first idea to realization, every step was digitally supported to ensure best performance. SNC New, a digital native factory. 1. Value streams are simulated to optimize production performance. 2. Different site concepts are evaluated to minimize transportation efforts. 3. Layout alternatives are defined for space optimization. 4. Production lines are planned and digitally optimized before implementation. 5. Even the building design and construction progress are digitally planned to limit later changes. 6. The digital twin and its data are all managed in Teamcenter. The factory was simulated even before the first concrete was poured. resulting in up to 20% productivity, up to 30% volume flexibility, up to 40% space efficiency, up to 50% faster material replenishment, and a lot more. In only about 2.5 years' time, we are realizing a truly digital native factory. To be continued.
Siemens, ingenuity for life.
Of the two areas of our smart manufacturing portfolio, we start with discussing utilization and performance, and follow with a discussion about planning of new facilities or reconfiguring existing ones. It is common knowledge in the industry that utilization and performance is negatively impacted by a high-mix, low-volume environment. Labor shortage does not help the situation. The way your shop floor operates is changing. In this first segment of the webinar, we will show how a digital twin can help you adapt to this change and increase utilization and performance KPIs. I will hand our discussion to our industry expert, Sunil. Sunil?
Thank you, Noam. Thank you for the introductions. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, depending upon the time zone you're in. I see a lot of familiar names. Hello again, and thank you for taking the time to join this webinar. So before I dive into how the digital twin helps in improving utilization and performance, I would first like to touch upon OEE and different inputs. We have a total calendar time, a scheduled time, available production time, which may include some planned downtime, running time, which constitutes of some unplanned downtime, and that could be operator-related, machine-related, material-related, quality or operation-related, theoretical throughput, actual throughput, which may include some performance loss, actual output, and finally good output, which accounts for quality loss. The focus of our webinar is on unplanned downtime. As mentioned earlier, unplanned downtime constitutes of operator assist, machine issues, material shortages, quality and operations related issues, and in some cases, the unplanned downtime could be 50% or greater of your total running time, especially so in a high-mix, low-volume environment where the line is waiting on the offline setup area to complete setups. In such scenarios, OEE is gated by setup preparation and changeover and not by the production line. You know, I like to call these shops as being in the business of changeovers and not in the business of building boards. So what we would like to do today is simulate how changes in production schedule, material inventory, resource availability impacts line utilization, so we can prepare and strategize and manage these changes better as they come along. We've created a simulation model that simulates activities in the offline setup area and simulates a production line. In order to understand how activities in the offline setup area impact line utilization, I would first like to discuss inputs to our simulation model. Our first input is production schedule, a bill of material for each assembly, setup list or grouping of assemblies if you're grouping assemblies, material inventory, machine runtime for each assembly, and lastly, the manpower or resource availability. We have the ability to pull in all this information once you have specified a production schedule by connecting to various systems. Once we have the required inputs, the model estimates the setup time for a given job. It also simulates how the line or how the jobs will run on the line, accounting for material replenishments or resource availability. The whole goal over here is to compare setup time versus runtime and to see if the offline setup area will be able to keep up with the production runs. That way, the production line is not waiting on the offline setup area. I've put together a very simple Gantt chart to help us visualize runtime versus setup time. In my example, the line is already producing assemblies A1, A2, and A3, and the offline area is preparing my next setups for A4, A5, and A6 assemblies. The line is scheduled to complete producing A1, A2, and A3 by noon, whereas the offline setup area is scheduled to complete setup preparations for A4, A5, and A6 by 11 a.m. As soon as the line completes production, because the offline setup area has already completed setup preparation, we are able to change over to A4, A5, and A6 without any waiting time whatsoever. While the line is running A4, A5, and A6, my offline setup preparation area starts preparing setups for A7, A8, and A9. Well, in this example, you can see the runtime of assemblies A4, A5, and A6 is a lot less than the setup preparation time for A7, A8, and A9. So what's going to happen is the line will be waiting on the offline setup area to complete the next setup before it can change over. This causes unplanned downtime, and they all add up significantly in a high mix, high changeover environment, causing utilization loss. I like to call it death by a million cuts. Our goal is to help visualize how lines are running, how setup area is preparing setups, put the two together to understand if sequencing of assemblies will cause any utilization loss. Now we can also run multiple scenarios to see if adding an additional resource to the offline setup area would help speed up the offline setup process and reduce any line waiting time. At this point, I would like to hand it back to Noam so he can demonstrate the simulation model and show us what the outputs look like. Noam, back to you.
Thank you, Sunil. Great discussion. Let's go right to the demonstration. For this demonstration, we will use a basic configuration. We have the offline setup, where according to the setup list, reels are loaded into feeders and placed on an SMT table or a trolley to be later carried to the SMT pick-and-place machine. We have one SMT pick-and-place machine. Runtime can be set individually for each assembly. In our case, we will use a general line rated speed of 30,000 components per hour. We have our staging area, where SMT tables or trolleys are placed while the SMT machine is running. And last, the reel reload, where material replenishment is performed during runtime interruptions. Now for our inputs. Material inventory with the list of reels, each with its SKU and quantity of components. The list of PCB assembly orders. The amount of each PCBA and its BOM or bill of material. And jobs or setup lists. In our case, we have 3 jobs, job 1, job 2, job 3. Job 1 has 3 PCBAs, job 2 has 2 PCBAs, and job 3 had 3. All this information is imported from the shop information system. This includes the setup list of components serving to prepare the setup for each job. In our case, the simulation will calculate it. We have one worker. Let's start the simulation. Job 1 was already prepared in the previous shift, so the SMT pick and place could start running at the start of this shift. The worker is now preparing the setup for job 2, loading reels into feeders and into the SMT table for job 2. When the setup is ready, it can be placed in the staging area or carried directly to the SMT machine if it is waiting, as is our case. Our worker will continue to prepare the setup for job 3. In reality, we do not need to watch the simulation. It can be simply fast-forwarded to the end of job 3 or the last job that we have. The simulation is complete. The 3 jobs, less the first setup, will take 18 hours and 36 minutes to complete. The simulation only took a few seconds. Let's visualize our KPIs. Looking at our Gantt chart with the offline setup on the top lane and the SMT on the bottom lane, we can immediately see that our machine, our SMT machine, is waiting for the offline setup. Details of the length, the duration of the setup and the SMT runtime, as well as the starting and stopping time of each job, whether on the offline setup or on the SMT machine, can be viewed in detail in the Gantt chart. We can use this information to test alternatives, for example, changing job sequencing or adding resources or workers. The simulation can be further used to optimize our utilization in a more automated fashion. We can also look directly at our utilization KPI. Not surprisingly, with the weighting, our utilization is only about 70%. Checking our worker efficiency, though, we can see that we're only at 85% utilization. In summary, the digital twin can help you identify ways to improve your utilization and performance KPIs. I will take a brief pause here. It would be interesting to learn which of the areas, for example, material replenishment or manpower, you feel impact your utilization KPI. Feel free to type up your thoughts in the chat. Sunil's discussion and our demonstration focused on the SMT part of the PCB assembly process. As reflected in this image, the digital twin can scale to improve production KPIs across additional parts of your operation and the interdependencies between them. Examples are through-hole insertion and box build. Back to Siemens numerical controls. A case study performed there was reported in a white paper by Jay Garaja, Longtim Chen, and Stefan Krug. A digital twin was created for manual insertion lines and wave soldering. This is a mix of labor and automation. The KPI was capacity, sometimes also referred to as performance. Using the digital twin, the capacity study predicted that the delivery will be much lower than forecast. Using the same digital twin, an improved strategy was identified, surpassing the forecast by increasing capacity. We will conclude the utilization and performance segment with a case study from Siemens Manufacturing in Karlsruhe. Siemens MFK is one of Siemens AG production sites. It produces controllers, switches, Wi-Fi routers, industrial PCs, and other electronic devices in numerous versions and various bed sizes. With their high degree of product variance, smaller lot sizes, and fluctuating order volume, their biggest challenge is line balancing. The manual and automated processes have to be coordinated so that all devices can be manufactured on the same line without waiting times, as quoted by Bernd Bastian, a Siemens MFK employee. The solution was to combine production and value chains and create a digital twin of the plant to simulate the entire production area. This resulted in achieving 100% quality, 100% delivery performance, 100% waste-free production, and increased output. And now to our second area, planning for new facilities and reconfiguration. When building new facilities, as Siemens numerical controls did, or significantly reconfiguring existing ones, Planning how equipment will be laid out is a significant undertaking. A 3D digital twin will cut down planning time by providing a clear and unambiguous view of the proposed layout and its alternatives. The same digital twin can later serve you in production as a starting point for the topic we just discussed, the digital twin for utilization and performance. With a digital twin, you can plan, detail, and present your layout. We saw how Siemens numerical controls use the 3D digital twin for clearly articulating several layout alternatives while in the planning phase, for detailing, and for presentation and collaboration. In the next movie, we will show an already detailed layout and demonstrate how a digital twin can speed up the process of designing new facilities from the ground up or reconfiguring production lines in existing facilities. We're looking at a detailed digital twin of the facility. It includes multiple areas such as SMT lines and box build. This type of visual provides clarity for collaboration and decision making. The digital twin is not just a visual representation of the layout. It is intelligent and holds detailed information about your plan. On the left, we see a list of equipment making up your facility, each line item associated with its visual counterpart. In our scenario, a decision has been made to add a machine enclosure next to the one already on the floor. Doing so is as fast and simple as selecting the enclosure from the library, dragging it, and snapping it in place. Adjusting dimensions is just as easy. Layout designers can also switch between the 3D and a 2D view. Adding equipment in the 2D view is just as easy as it is in the 3D view, dragging from the library and snapping into place. In this case, changing length is done directly from the parametric menu. The layout also supports moving mechanisms to their different positions. The ability to do so can mean not having to relocate the equipment after discovering it collides with objects on the floor as it moves. Since the layout is intelligent, it is possible to run reports displaying results visually for quick comprehension. In this case, the report colors distinguish between suppliers and can even provide a count. In summary, the digital twin will cut down planning time by providing an efficient way to create or modify the layout, as well as a clear view of its intent. That same digital twin can later serve as a starting point for the production digital twin. We shared two areas in our smart manufacturing portfolio: how the digital twin can increase your utilization and KPIs, and how it can accelerate new plant designs. The smart manufacturing portfolio is broad and covers many additional areas. Here are some of the results our Amberg plant was able to achieve with smart manufacturing. Every year, the factory manufactures around 16 million SIMATIC products with a quality standard of 99.9999%. Over 100 120 variations are built per day, with one product dispatched every second, and some 350 changeovers are taking place for 1,200 different products. This concludes the prepared presentation. Feel free to contact us for extended discussions.
Well, thank you, Noam and Sunil, for the very informative presentation. We're now going to begin answering the questions submitted during the presentation. Let's welcome Mr. Patrick Owl, Marketing Manager, Siemens Digital Industry Software. Patrick, if you can, turn on the microphone and camera and join us. Patrick is from Singapore, I think. Okay.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Let's go to
Good.
the Q&A platform. And let me clear out the questions before. Okay,
Sure.
So can you see the Q&A mode? The system collect all the questions? Great.
Yep, I do. So
Please answer that.
Thanks for my colleagues to share with us what are the our solutions can offer and how much we achieve and so on and so forth. I think before I answer this question, I would like to share that we are the Siemens is the one that who also manufactures ourselves. And then in the other words, we also drink our own champagne in the sense that whatever we produce, and we also use our own software to produce it. All right. So that is enough of marketing talk. But in order to answer,
also related to one of the questions they asked about Siemens, how do you produce your products by using your own systems?
Sure, I will try to get into that. But anyway, I think this is one of the first questions that in the presentation and in the video we do show that in order to do the plants, the simulations and whether we need to have those equipment, the CAD drawing and so on. I think the short answer is that it's not necessary. The machines can be represented by a simplistic model as long as those dimensions are matched. Of course, the equipment capability and the throughput are important in order for us to do this simulations and take into considerations how much is going to for specific product, for the setup and so on. So I think those are important. However, it is not necessary to have the CAD drawing. Basically, what we also understood is that the equipment specification can be easily get from the equipment manufacturers, and based on the past experience and based on what we did in the past, we also in our solution we also provide a list of libraries for those commonly used or general equipments and so on. So those can be found in our libraries. Of course, if there's any specific industries specific equipments or customized equipment, then as long as those we can use it as simplistic form, that will be able to put into the model, and then we can take the parametric models that is also good enough to start with. All right, so I think that is what I will answer for the first question. Let me see the second one. What are the second question? I think there's something accuracy. Where is it?
I'm also checking if we have more questions coming.
Yeah, I think there's also another question. So this if I am a medium-sized business, my resources are limited. Is the simulation used by small or medium business, or is it just for the large companies? The short answer is that we do cater of course, when the solution is defined or designed for the large enterprise, but we also have the model to cover for small and medium business, in the sense that I think nowadays a lot of solutions can be launched or online, or actually using a cloud platform, and this is something that we also offer. So it depends on your company's preference. If you want to implement everything on the cloud, and we do have a cloud model, or we call it XaaS SaaS model, we can cater for the small and SMB business. All right, so this is my short answer.
Okay, good.
Is anything else? Let me see. Look at.
I hope that answered your question. I think that's from Russell. I think I saw that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's one questions regarding how accurate is a digital twin really can be. I mean, as I said, we also, Siemens also not only develop the software, we actually use those. So there's a two source of information we're coming, based on the feedback. We ourselves, we also use this software. Of course, it depends on how much efforts, how accurate you want to model. So the short answer is that the accuracy can be up to 99.7%. I think based on the PowerPoint or based on the presentation that we did by my colleagues, they did show 99.9% of those accuracy and so on. But it can be as high as a 99.7% based on our customers' feedback. So this is what we can achieve. Of course, that is many things that we need to take into consideration, especially in the machine's performance, in how accurate you can define those models and so on. But in short, it can be as high as a 99.7%, which is very close to the actual production environment. All right, so I think maybe I will answer those questions as far as I see.
Yes, sorry, Patrick. Since our question keep coming up, but however, due to the time limitation, I think we should save some time for the next presentation. Anyway, delegates, we will see Patrick again during the second session of the Siemens presentation, right, Patrick?
Yeah, that's correct. I'll stay here.
So, Patrick, please stay right here and stay tuned. And delegates, prepare your questions, talk to Patrick later, and you will gonna see him later again. So let's go back to our agenda. So let's move on, and I would like to introduce all of you our next presenter. Oh, the next presenters. Next on our agenda is keynote speech by Mr. Đinh Tu, Senior Engineering Manager, Samsung Electronics, Vietnam, and supported by Mrs. Do Hee Toi Hong and also Alisa Huong, Executive Board Member, Vietnam Electronics Industries Association, VEIA. They will discuss the topic contribution to lean manufacturing by advanced smartphone control system. So, let's see if we can do it, because let's see. Okay, Mr. Du, I will stay here until you can turn on your presentation slide. Okay, since we have practiced a while ago. Let's see. Can you please see the screen now?
Yeah, I can see. Thank you.
Great. The floor is yours now. And delegates, prepare your questions. We're gonna have live Q&A later. Okay.
Okay.
See you.
Thank you. Can I start right now? Hello. Can I start right now?
Now, please start now.
Oh, it's okay. First of all, thanks for taking time join my presentation today. So because that's the signal is not good, so maybe I will turn off my video and I will. So my present today is I would like to present the Samsung hub device how to support the smart manufacturing solution. So my presentation today is not end-to-end solution for smart manufacturing, but how we can see how Samsung hub device can support the smart manufacturing. Here's my content for my presentation today. And as you know, the mobile device has become a steady presence in many fields as education, healthcare, retail, banking, or manufacturing. The mobile device are extremely convenient tool that allow us to access a series of information and stay connected at all the time. The also present is our private life. It makes sense that it is also case in our professional life. Nowadays, the use of the smartphone is practically necessary to remaining competitive in the business world as more business in the industrial field. The key here is the constant access to critical information everywhere. In real time, even when the employee is no longer in the workplace. So you can see the 68 of business algorithms. In today's business environment, RAS device, MPOS, PTTs, and mobile scanning device need to be capable of performing more than one dedicated role. So Samsung provides a singular solution to current field technical multi-device reality. It's no longer does Xiaomi needs to juggle multi-device while managing critical tasks manual and efficiently. So for Samsung RAD device, we can support in like access management, field service, warehouse logistics, or transportation. About the Samsung RAS device, the currently we have some model of RAS device, but in Chhabra we now providing two models like Discover 5 and Top Active 3. So all are the RAS device to provide for the enterprise who needs the essential RAS phone is comply with IP 68 and ministry standards S10Z, and it provides network service, LTE, and Wi-Fi, and it supports the 5-year security maintain release services. The device also equips programmable key for Bluetooth and scanning, barcode scanning also. It also provides a NOC solution as a NOC capture and a NOC manage and NOC mobile enrollment also. For NOC solution, I will present later on. We also work with the third-party accessory like a Pogo charger and scanners. Here are some of the features that I just mentioned, like at IP68, and the device can work in a it can be dust residence and no ingress of dust, or where a water resident with 30 minutes underwater at 1.5 meter, and it can be like an anti-shock, like a 1.5 meter drop test without protective cover. And it's complying with the military standard S10Z. For RAD device, it have option to increase screen sensitivity. We can set up on device to improve sensitivity, and then the user can use even in the web environment, or they are using the grapher. So very easy, so no need to take out the grapher or need to go to like a good condition environment. For that device, it's now ready for business. So one device for smartphone or scanner with no capture. It means that the device is integrated with no capture and support enterprise with barcode scanning to support the enterprise in the manufacturing field. The device equipped with powerful cameras, a cover, and scanning capture with Samsung no capture, and is equipped with enterprise grade scanning engine. For manufacturing, we can use to record scenes or device, and also take photo to monitor or diagnose the problem, and scan barcode for work or party history, and also communicate each other in the field via put to talk. Because that the battery is removable, so it's always used in the field with each battery. I come to Galaxy Watch 4. It also the B2B product. It also like not RAD device, but it's equipped IP68 and MTL's S10Z. For Samsung Galaxy Watch 4, is can be used for worker safety and also productivity. It can be used in construction or transportation, oil, gas, or public safety, non-worker or snow restrict. With some feature here like location tracking, dehydration, eSIM support, and fall detection also. So, for example, for eSIM support, when worker work like in not comfortable environment, and then the worker can communicate with each other via watch. No need take phone together, and so the watch equipped with the physical benzene and group touch. It means that we can set up to increase the sensitive screen, and then user can use a group top to use the device as normal. It also equips the military standards 810Z and IP68. Here I have some the information, but here the some main functionality at oxygen SPO high or fall detection. And when worker works at the remote area, and then it have something happen with the worker, and then the warnings information can be sent to center. For now, Galaxy Watch 4 can be integrated with the NOC mobile enrollment as NOC managed to set up some advanced feature and manage and control the device also. Now I come to that for RAD device, and now I come to the NOC solution. For NOC solution, we have some NOC solution, but today I don't have intent to present all our NOC solution. Today I would like to present the NOC shield and NOC capture, which focus for the manufacturing field. For NOC shields, that it is all in one package. That includes NOC platform for enterprise, NOC mobile enrollment, NOC manage, and NOC enforcer. It supports enterprise enhanced security and easiness in device deployment and management with wiring of IT policy. For Shield's feature overview, it can be like as I mentioned in earlier, it will support enterprise in the security factors and deployment and management. And For security, it's released end-to-end device security, and also for application, for content in the device also. From this like some main feature only for detail, maybe I will send to you later if you are interested about the NOx solution. Here I would like to present to you some IT policy which not provide to enterprise to manage and control the device. For example, security, we can the NOC can set up a device for data in transit protection via VPN or firewall. And for app, we have URL management and app management and device future management also. For data, we have the data address protection. It means that the data can be protect 2 times. And for device, we can control and manage device through the like a device command to manage the device like a knock or unlock device or factory reset or power off or something like that. And here are some features for connectivity and other. Sorry, because of the time limitation, so I cannot present in detail. For knock capture, with knock capture, we can do more with a single device. It means that for one device, we can use at a smartphone and barcode scanner. With knock capture, it supports the most industry standards barcode type from 1D to 2D. So all detail is on the screen, and you can see the detail. For enterprise edition. For enterprise edition, this is like as value services we provide to enterprise to support enterprise use the Samsung B2B device. It is a comprehensive package of mobile device and services. Business readiness out the board, and it support the enterprise with extended security support up to 5 years. It means that we provide the security maintenance release up to 5 years, and we ensure the business continuously as normal device, maybe the N9 1 year or 2 years, but for enterprise edition, we make sure it's more than 3 years for production life cycle. And it also consolidates for NOx solution as a NOx seal. It means that when enterprise choose the enterprise edition, and customer will get a 1 year NOx seal free for to manage and control the device. Here's a best practice for manufacturing. The customer wants to renew former phone, a new Samsung device to office staff, and start providing the Rust device to factory worker, and high compatibility with MDM and voice management capacity was the key requirement. So with enterprise edition, and Samsung offers a technical support solution to this needs, backed by an in-depth understanding of the customer ecosystem. Also, Samsung also provide additional peace of mind and so 2-year device availability and up to 5 years of security updates. So it means that along with that device, we also have like the various program to support the enterprise use the B2B Samsung B2B device as a Rust device. So above is also my presentation. For any question or any concern, please contact to me later on. I will reply by email or maybe contact to me, or you can send question to Alisa. I will reply to you later. So thank you for your time today. Hello.
Okay, since we're taking the questions, right? And I would like to also welcome Alisa to come to the stage. Alisa, if you can join us. Okay, I will just open the floor, invite everyone to the Q&A mode. So, Alicia, can you see the Q&A mode and can you see the 4 questions there?
Yes, I can see.
Okay, for these two questions, I can answer quickly, but not in detail. But I can answer to you very quickly. The first is which Samsung rush device is a particular suitable for Vietnam manufacturing and why. And I present as my presentation that currently the Samsung have a rush device.
Would you like to go back to the presentation slide? Is that what I heard?
Okay. Here. So for Samsung rush device, currently we in seminar we have a two model at 8.5 and top IQ3 is their own the rush device with the IP68 and compliant with the mini standard 810Z for so it's suitable for the manufacturing environment.
Okay.
For the text spec, maybe I'm going to send to you later because today is not enough time to present the text spec of the device. So I will send to you later if you are interested. For the next question, how does Samsung electronic facility and workforce enhance their manufacturing capacity? As I present, together with the Samsung device, we provide NOx solution. It means that for NOx solution, we can, we can set up, we can configure the device at the enterprise at the enterprise needs. It means that we can do some optimization for device for the device, like some device function restriction. For example, do not end user install some not announced application or do another work or something like that. We can limit the some function of the device to fit with the enterprise policy to enhance the user performance. So that we can do. We can optimize the device at the enterprise requirement.
Okay. So to save some time, let's go to the next question, shall we? Please, but before that, please, Alicia, maybe you can help to publish the question a while ago. Đinh do just answered to all delegates, so for them to understand better.
Well, okay. So let me choose the questions and answer. So the next question is that about, could you tell us about the development and quality policy of Samsung Electronics in Vietnam?
Mm-hmm.
So as partnership with Samsung, VEIA also play great role in cooperate with them. So I would like to answer in this on behalf.
Okay.
My role, so I cannot answer this question to you.
Yeah, okay.
You can pass this question to me, and then I will come to my PIC, and then I will reply to you later.
Wow.
For my role, I can answer you the question related to device or related to solution only. Or like policy or something like that, maybe I will come to my related person, and then I will reply to you all later on.
Okay. So, but before you go, we have one question to you, Đinh do.
Yeah.
That's from the latest one, from the chat box. This one.
Okay.
But you don't have to answer that, but you can just do it later.
Miss Alisa, can you? I will send you later, and can you send to the group?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Alisa, would you like to pick the next question to answer?
Wow.
Miss Alisa.
Yeah. So
I don't know where is he.
yeah.
That's okay. Let Alisa to do it. Yes.
Okay.
So the question is about we have seen
I think that for more question, Alisa will collect it, send to me. I will which question I can answer, and then I will answer you, or which question I cannot. I can come to the related person and will answer to all you later on. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so maybe I will start here.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Okay. Bye bye.
See you. Okay, because that was a bit connection through the background noise. Anyway, Alisa, would you like to answer some of the questions as well?
Well, I think as Mr. Zhu have been said that he would like to responsible for the Q&A sections.
Yes.
And well, I just add in the some of the answer that he have been answered, and then is it okay?
Yeah, sure.
So the question is about we have seen substantial market growth for mobile device in recent years, and Samsung has been a critical player in the industry. And what is your take on these trends? So as an observer of this, and I, on behalf of the presenters, I said that to make sure that to take on these trends, Samsung has made sure to of the firm grasp of the semiconductors in the technologies and investment into semiconductors, and Samsung has been play as the ranks the second in the world market of the foundry revenues in recent years. And also Samsung has been invested into innovations, and as you may know that Samsung Electronics dedicated to semiconductors chips, smartphone and home appliance was ranked the first in the world with the number of the 3,041 patient cooperation treaty, which is so-called PCT applicant in year 2021, I mean last year. And finally, Samsung has a tiger strategy this year to beat against Apple. So that's all to keep Samsung to be to take on these trends.
Okay, thank you for answering through the market trend side. Okay. Okay, maybe we can answer the last question, shall we?
Well, let me check.
Oh.
Could you tell us about the development and quality policy of Samsung Electronics in Vietnam? Well, and Samsung has development policy in Vietnam, which is so-called co-prosperity. So here,
sorry, what does it call?
Co-prosperity.
Okay.
So Samsung Vietnam has helped Vietnamese local company to build local vendors, and through various programs such as the consultation program or smart factory program. And also Samsung focus on quality. Samsung Vietnam also focus on quality policy in Vietnam, which has the name continuous improvement. So in this regard, Samsung has helped local companies to improve capabilities and building capability of the companies by various programs of training a local consultants and training a local expert in mold and die, and also assist the local companies in the smart factories program. So this utilization performance of the of the qualities and development for Samsung policy in Vietnam. So the keynote of the Samsung development and quality policy is that co-prosperity and continuous improvement.
I see. So due to the time limitation, thank you for standing by here for a long time. And that will be our last question. So delegates, feel free to contact Mrs. Do Hee Choi Huong or also Alisa Huong. And also you can send further questions, discussion to Samsung too. So would you like to make a conclusion, Alisa, to delegates today?
Well, finally, thank you so much for participation to the summit, join together with all attendees. And thank you so much, Samsung representative Vietnam from Vietnam, Mr. Đinh Trọng. So we are so much appreciated. And VEIA, the Vietnam Electronic Industry Association, is a supportive organization for the summit and also for the presenter. We are honored to be here with you, and we are ready for any further question which you can send directly to the organizers, and we are responsible to answer you respectively. Thank you so much for your joining. Thank you.
Exactly, and I think that's the third or the fourth, and I don't know, I can't count it. For the many time already, I see you, Alisa, and joining our Ringer event platform. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to see you in the future events too.
Yes. Thank you so much, and enjoy our summit. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay, that's so great. Thank you, I have to say, Mr. Đinh Trong Tru and Mrs. Do Hee Choi Huong, Alisa, to share with us about the lean manufacturing in advanced smartphone control system and the rest part. Now, let's begin with the next presentation. The last speaker for the first part of our virtual conference is the head of strategic planning and marketing at Integrated Microelectronics Incorporated, also known as IMI Global. Let us all welcome Mr. Sherwin C. Nones as he talks about the supply chain disruption and the electronics industry. And that's a very hot topic too. Okay, so Mr. Sherwin Nones, you can have the floor now.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to meet with you all, and for me again to share my thoughts and my experience in the electronics industry. So I'm grateful for the organizers to have this effort to really update us and to give us the opportunity to share and collaborate with each other. So my topic today is in the supply chain disruptions in the electronics industry. I am Sherwin Nones. I represent Integrated Microelectronics. The company is a global electronics manufacturing services company, and we have been working in this industry since 1980, in the last 42 years. And we have about 15,000 employees worldwide, with about 22 factories in more than 10 countries. We are publicly listed in the Philippines, where we are based, and we are able to manufacture and work with a lot of global customers in Europe, in the US, in China, and the rest of the world as well. And so, given the context of what's going on, I would like to give at least a bit of a time so that I'd be able to share my thoughts and our experiences in the industry. So let me start. Every time we do some lectures, we always start with the global economy. So the global economy, this one was released last January of 2022 from IMF, the Economic Outlook Report. And after about a negative contraction in 2020 due to the pandemic of about 3.2%, the global GDP has rebounded to 5.9% in 2021. In the next coming years, it is foreseen to normalize in 2022 at about 4.4% due to slowdowns in the US and China as well. And you would see that on the right-hand side, the ASEAN market in 2022 would increase and would become fast-growing more than the advanced economies in the emerging markets. So this is, of course, these were estimates done based on what has happened in 2021, and does not include yet current issues and the conflict that is ongoing in Russia and Ukraine. But I will be talking some points about it because this is very much relevant to our industry and how it affects the way we do business today. So we expect that there would be some change in this outlook by around April, March, or late March or April when they release the next report. So what happened was after the pandemic, we are now entering into an endemic situation wherein we learn to really live with the virus and with the new normal, so to speak. Another development that happened over the last 2 years was that there's really an increase in supply chain disruption. And that's one of the things that I would like to share at this time. Supply chain costs have really increased, twice or more than thrice. And this is a lot. This has really affected a lot of companies, not just in the electronics industry. And inflation has really risen, but it is projected based on some of the improvements done late last year that it may ease later in 2022. Now, there's also a growing importance of ESG, or environment, sustainability and governance for a lot of companies. A lot of countries are also looking at targeting net zero, meaning reduced carbon emissions. And this is really a really huge topic, especially in the last 2 years, when a lot of companies are now looking and studying at how they can target net zero by 2030. In fact, most of our global partners right now and customers are looking at this, and I won't be surprised if these companies will only get to work with other companies that has some kind of roadmap on net zero moving forward. So that's, I think, a trend that needs to be looked at for every global company or company that wants to be included in the global value chain. Another trend that's happening right now is a move from globalization to regionalization. Before, of course, there's a rush towards China and China being the manufacturing center of the world. But given all the disruptions that has happened, a lot of companies are looking at really expanding and firming up their capabilities in their particular region or in the region where they serve. So, for example, in Southeast Asia, maybe manufacturing in Southeast Asia for the Southeast Asian market. So companies here would be able to really mitigate risks from other areas and other disruptions, and being able to strengthen their own capabilities as well. Another trend is electric vehicles, and this is something that's really a standout for the last couple of years, because electric vehicles has risen more than 100% last year, and I will be able to share some of those later. Another, of course, is something that's very obvious today, is the geopolitical tensions and conflicts, particularly apart from the trade wars before, now the conflict in Russia versus Ukraine. And a lot of things have yet to come up, but there are a lot of studies that show that are saying what kind of effect this will have in the economy and in trade. Lastly, of course, is the role of technology, and it's really making things faster and enabling a lot of companies, a lot of individuals, and a lot of governments to work and solve solutions as it happens. And as I mentioned, I'd like to give a little note on the projected impact of the current conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Just to be very quick about it, if you will look here at the left-hand side, in terms of much of the impact really is on energy and energy prices. And so in Europe, there's going to be maybe a moderate to severe impact in terms of prices, in terms of inflation, and in terms of purchasing power of their own currency. The U.S. will also experience some impact from mild to moderate, or even up to severe, depending on the situation, because of the energy prices. And although of course, that Russia is able to supply 40% of oil to Europe, and of course, the global players can easily shift supply and demand, but that shift includes a lot of effect in terms of prices, in terms of demand. So it's not as easy as that. It's not as easy overnight to change all these things, on the supply and demand side. And so that's going to be an effect. I think in some countries, even here in Southeast Asia, we're already feeling the effect of higher costs and higher inflation. And as mentioned, and we are seeing, weakening of purchasing power, disturbance in global supply chain, possibly not right now, the closure of ports and some trade routes, and eventually the current shortages of some commodities and some components in the electronics industry might worsen this year in case the conflict continues to happen. And so what is really obvious at this point is that some things that used to happen gradually can suddenly now happen. So it usually takes a lot of, or many decades, for things to change. But we saw that in the conflict of Russia and Ukraine, suddenly even the geopolitical alignments and shifts, even companies started to change their alignments, their direction, which normally happens over a long period of time. And so this is a trend that is really pointing to lots of disruption. And if you're talking about the new normal at this point, it's not anymore the new normal which is the pandemic. The new normal is now the presence of disruptions that can happen suddenly. And so this is something that most companies, especially in the electronics industry, need to be aware of, so that they can mitigate all these risks that happen from the market to geopolitical to the business, and even to the employees themselves. If you will look at the ASEAN Manufacturing Purchasing Managers Index over the past months, we saw that the PMI shows an expansion. And this covers not just the electronics industry, which is about 30 to 40% of the whole of manufacturing for ASEAN, but the rest of other manufacturing activities. So demand continues to rebound, and it's very strong, although there is inflationary pressures that remain and might still affect us because of the ongoing war. So apart from this, of course, 6 of the 7 ASEAN countries in February noted expansions in their particular businesses. For global electronics PMI, or Purchasing Managers Index, as of January 2022, when we still didn't have the war, it's still at an expansion rate at around 56.6 in the index. And some issues, of course, the major issues in supply chain are still dragging the growth, but the demand is there. It's just that we're in the industry facing a lot of delays, a lot of disruptions, and a lot of inflationary costs that would need for companies to think of what else can be done, or what are the alternatives to do, so that we can avoid all these rising costs. Well, this slide just shows the projected growth rates of the electronic industry globally, and this is before the war, of course. And after a negative or a flat growth in 2020, we saw that the global demand went up by 9%, and it continues to still grow, but may temper down in 2022 as it normalizes. But again, as mentioned earlier, because of the presence of disruption and an ongoing conflict in Russia and Ukraine, this still might change. So based on what was happening before, and this was as of January, there were current conditions in the electronics supply chain that remain challenging. IPC conducted a survey to many electronic manufacturing companies, and this is the result. You would see, or on the upper side, these are the issues that are expanding. You have material costs, labor costs, backlogs in inventory, orders that are still expanding. We're still receiving orders. Sales is expanding, and capacity utilization as well. On the lower part, after the dotted line, we have these parts that are contracting or getting smaller. You have profit margins going down. 40% are saying that profit margins are going down, and obviously this is happening because of the rising inflation. The inventory available to our customers is going down as well. The ease of recruiting or finding skilled talent is going down, and this is really a problem. In the US and in Europe, we had a lot of resignations, not just in the industry, but globally, even calling it a crisis during that time. And inventory available from your suppliers is also contracting, as even the delivery times continue to increase, and really provide us with a lot of challenging scenarios. Okay, so all in all these point to profit margins, going down, and the ease of doing business in the electronics industry. And the core really here is in the supply chain, and it continues to remain challenging at this point. And given the situation we have, again, in the war, we think that this might continue up to 2023. Now, let me just give some information about the ongoing conflict and why this will really affect the electronics industry. The two countries are in control of key raw materials that go into making semiconductors. For example, Russia has a 44% share of global palladium supplies. Ukraine, on the other hand, controls 70% of the global supply of neon. And these are two resources that are key to the production of semiconductor chips that are necessary in almost in all the industries, like automotive, mobile phones, consumer electronics, and many more, even in the medical industry. So eventually this conflict will feed into the inflationary environment that is already happening right now, which in turn will lead to central banks tightening and the financial industry also incurring higher interest rates for all and slower growth, and impacting a lot of companies and countries and consumers who are not really linked to the situation, but mostly indirect. But eventually, this will already redound to higher prices and interest rates. Just to give you an overview of what else is in stake for Russia. So Russia has a global trade share. On the right-hand side, you can see that Russia has a share of 12% in global crude oil, 17% in natural gas, and of course you can see it on the list here. And even if you say that a company or a country has just a couple of percentage share in the global trade, it will still have an effect, because the massive shifts as it happens will affect the demand and supply, and eventually affect the prices, and which will of course affect the manufacturers and the end users as well. So this is just a brief snapshot of what can really happen as of this point, and so we don't know what else is out there, but it's important we have this conversation so that everybody's aware, and we can all prepare for anything that can happen still, if it gets worse. On the logistics side, there are already impacts that are happening right now, delayed shipments, loads traveling in Eastern Europe. And this is really very important for the electronics industry, because we shipments and delays and routes are really important, because most of the orders come in and out. And as of early March, export dwell times for all European ports have increased. So meaning to say, dwell times are the times that you have to wait from one port or one ship to another. And these have increased. So we anticipate more delays in the deliveries of components, of systems, and of importation and exportations. So this has impacted Europe, Southern Europe, and ocean freight rates are still going up, and it is anticipated that costs will rise as much as 20 to 40-fold in ocean freight rates. Okay, so this has already happened before, even before the pandemic. I think it was during the third quarter of last year, where the freight rates have increased 2 to 3 times already. And right now, an example here in my slide shows that from Shanghai to Rotterdam, which was less than about $2,000 2 years ago, is showing rates of about $54,000 for a single container after the invasion, or since this war is ongoing. Now, on the bright side, we do still have a lot of demand, and one of this is from the electric vehicle market. And this is a positive disruption that is enabling a lot of companies, even startups, to really take and see what they can contribute. It's in 2021, the growth has exceeded double, and 108%. And in 2022, this year, it is expected that we will reach a market share of 12.5%, or you can say that for every vehicle that is sold in the global market, at least one of them is an electric vehicle. And that's a huge jump, much from, I think, just half of the projection before a few years back was just half of what was projected. But over the past 2 years, this has really surged. And come 2025, we might have a market share of about 32% or more than 30%, with a growth rate of 52% per year up to the estimated year of 2025. So other markets that are benefiting from the EV market, and that is also some of the markets that we're looking at in our company in IMI, includes the battery management systems, power modules, or the environment around the battery. You have smart meters in the industrial and in the consumer space. EV charging stations are really rising because of the amount of electric vehicles that are being sold. And of course, medical devices that continue to grow even after the pandemic, the post-pandemic. There would be need for more residential use medical devices. So there are more. There are a lot of pockets of growth and opportunities in the EV ecosystem and the industrial markets. These are the opportunities and which where demand is really going, and for a lot of electronic manufacturing companies to look into. And of course, part of this is really making sure that we have the technology and we possess the right people to be able to implement all of this. For supply chain disruptions, it is like I said, the new normal right now. It is something that we need to be able to understand that it is already now part of the industry. In order for us to be more resilient, I put here some of the things that we can do. Definitely, we need to have strong partnerships with our suppliers and customers. We need to work together, increase communication, increase the flexibility. Flexible design is very important. We need to design for disruptions. For a lot of designs that we do in electronics, we need to be able to allot flexibility in terms of components, in terms of systems. We don't know which components will be affected by shortage or the supply chain disruptions. So we need to be able to learn how to be agile. We need to also have a diversified supply base, not being sure that we don't put all our apples in one basket. And lastly, to have predictive and data analytics, have the technology that is current work for us so that we can use the intelligence so that we can predict outcomes, and at the same time measure risk and do some actions long before it happens. In conclusion, as I mentioned, disruptive elements that change market forces is the new normal. It is something that needs to be accepted. It's something that we need to be able to know so that we can mitigate these risks. Next is supply chain management. It now needs to be a core competence. What used to be something that is nice to have is now put front and center. So we need to have skills, we need to have really good people, we need to have the technology to be able to manage supply chain in a more predictive manner, not on just reacting, but being able to analyze, use the technology, even AI, to be able to figure out the best solutions for the current problems that we have. Next is technology. I guess, as mentioned, this is connected. Technology of using predictive analytics will be a vehicle to cushion the negative market impacts. Let's predict outcomes and also, most importantly, create value. There's not much value in the manufacturing itself, but the intelligence behind the manufacturing and the support that we can give our customers, our suppliers, and the end users will be such a great value. Design for disruption is a must. We need to be able to design the hardware, the software, and the whole system in such way that it can weather disruptions in all aspects, whether it is in supply, where it is in the issue of labor. So we need to be able to become flexible, but still be able to address the objectives that we had at the beginning. Lastly, companies, even competitors, suppliers, customers need to collaborate and to create more resilient trade environments. We need to collaborate not just to come up with new businesses and opportunities, but really to make sure that the road towards uh, ease of trade will be um, feasible for all and workable, so that we can all create common value. So that ends my presentation. Thank you very much, and I hope to be able to see you once again. I'm now open for questions, so please do send us your questions. Thank you.
Ooh. Hello, delegates. Here we are, the live Q&A session again. So I would like to thank you for those delegates who asked many questions. Now we're going to begin answering the questions submitted during the presentation. And also, Mr. Sherwin, you can join me to the Q&A platform, please.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, very informative presentation, I have to say. I like that very much. Can you see the Q&A mode?
Yep. Hold on. I think we have some questions from the listeners, or from the audience.
They're kept coming in. Yes.
Yeah, here you go. So the first one is, how do the electronics industry address to alleviate the effects of the Russia-Ukraine conflict? I think this is important and very much relevant. And I think electronics companies and industries need to be able to work together to establish a common, uh, uh, maybe a common discussion, a common issue that they can address as a collective. If you're just one company, it's very difficult, to have some kind of leverage. But in order for us to be able to address it, we got to work together as an association or as a group. Maybe talk to customers and talk to suppliers on how to mitigate the risks. For example, if it is really driving the costs up and it's eating up your margins. So a lot of transparency, a lot of communication here is important. I guess, of course, two heads are better than one. More heads are better than one. So if you go together, and try to address these issues, I'm sure there are so many alternatives that you can come up with.
Thank you. Thank you for answering that. That's really latest questions. Okay, the next one. You don't have to take it back. You can just pick the next one. Yeah.
All right. So it says here, predictive analytics. So what are the steps that some manufacturers or customers can take to utilize this strategic piece? We were in the same boat several years back, and we know of the technology, and we're thinking, so how do we begin this? How do we start this? You have to start somewhere, and one of the important things that we need to do is, for example, to establish your data, to figure out how you are going to able to collect the data. You don't have to jump into buying something that's really expensive, and you might worry about your return on investment later on. What are the things that you can do now so that you can prepare yourselves to be able to use those technologies? One of the things that we feel is important is to take part in the discussion with the academe. So if you're in any country, look for universities who are looking to work with the industry. And you can tell them, this is our problem. We want to establish some kind of automation. Can you help us? And it would be a win-win situation. Them learning about the industry, and you giving them a break, and you also getting some kind of idea from the professionals or from students and from faculty of the university giving you some technology without so much cost, And then if you figure out that this is something that you can use, then you can develop it on your own and invest on it. So that's maybe just one way, but definitely start small and no need to jump into it so big, But the goal is to be able not just to track your data. The goal is to be able to predict outcomes, and that is more important rather than doing the analysis after the fact.
Thank you. Sounds a great suggestion. Due to the time limitation, I'm sorry to say that. Please pick up the next question, and next will be the last question.
Okay. See. Okay. How will ESG or sustainability impact electronics manufacturing supply chains? And as I mentioned in my presentation, this has been a very important topic for a lot of manufacturers. And it is very much connected with technology. The first thing would be that I'd like to share on this is the idea that, the old paradigm of electronics in manufacturing, the just-in-time concept is almost dead. When you say just in time is you do things when there's an order or do things, when it comes. But there is already this need for visibility. And in order for us to have this visibility, we need technology. And that's the same thing that you will use. Technology is the same thing that you will use to be able to address your ESG needs. And believe it or not, when you automate and you do data analytics, and when you do convert some of your processes to the cloud, you are actually reducing your carbon footprint. In fact, that the percentage is around 15%. And when you do that, you're actually contributing to society, to the world. And that's why it's very much connected. ESG is not just calculating your waste and your recyclables and doing something for the employees. It's really more of establishing what is your long-term objective, what is your overarching purpose, what is the purpose of your existence. And so this puts into context, the world, your inputs, the capital inputs and the outputs, what you do, not just for the employees and customers, but to all your stakeholders, meaning everything that has touch points from, the people who support your employees down to the drivers who, who bring your products to their customers and all that. So this is very much more encompassing, and there's no better time to start than now, because eventually in a few years time, ESG sustainability is going to be mandated in all industries. And so far, we have a lot of time. We have a lot of time to develop this roadmap.
Thank you for answering that. That's a big question, I think, and that's a very important trend we have to focus on. Anyway, dear delegates, as I just typed in the chat box, Mr. Sherwin Nones will gonna also join our panel discussion later. So even though we have to end his presentation right now, but delegates, you will see him later in the panel discussion. So prepare your questions later for him for more discussion maybe. And Sherwin Nones, please stay online, stay tuned. I'll see you later.
Okay, thank you, Jack.
Thank you. Okay, see you later. Okay, so delegates, now we finished the first part of our agenda today. After all this insightful presentation, I'm sure you want to engage into further discussions with our presenters and also business partners, and also maybe have a small chat with each other, right? I'll show you. This is how to visit the business partners booth and how to join the networking function. So pay attention on your browser right now. On the left-hand side, we have the lobby and the booth function. So leave the message in the lobby and also in the conference room, and also pay a visit to the booth. I'll show you how the booth like later. And but I already show you how the booth like later. But very importantly, go to the networking function. The networking function can start the small chats with everyone in this conference room. According to the data, we have more than 250 people online right now. So seize the chance. Don't hesitate to make some friends, make some business today. I will play a short video to show you how long the networking time will be. I'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
They're smart and capable. They're innovative and extremely complex. Rise to the challenge and unleash your creativity to boost innovation with a collaborative approach to electronic systems design. Let your engineers do what they really love. Increase their creativity with concurrent design. Today's electronics impact all areas of our lives. They can analyze data and give feedback in real time. They communicate with their users, their creators, and with one another. And some operate autonomously. Unfortunately, they are also far more complex to design, engineer, and manufacture. Designers are frustrated by disconnected tools and redundant processes that slow them down. Set them free from unproductive tasks and give them visibility into the latest project data from every team member. Transform your traditional workflow to efficiently conquer product complexity. With the most comprehensive digital twin, you include all design and software with collaboration, sharing, reuse, and control. Shift left by integrating simulation and test earlier in design where the errors are the cheapest to detect and correct. Connect all engineering disciplines and give them best-in-class solutions to thrive in today's challenging electronics market and unleash your creativity to boost innovation with Siemens Electronic Systems Design. Siemens, where today meets tomorrow.
Welcome to Ringer Events platform. Now is our networking session, so let me share some tips with you so you can have a smoothly user experience during this time. Now you are in the lobby page. At the left hand side there's a social wall here. We have plenty of information. You can scroll down and enjoy. We have banner and the sponsors video here. You can scroll down to see we have agenda for today's conference. Most importantly, please find your right hand side, the chat box. Leave a message here to introduce yourself and your company or organization. Also, you can use a YouTube link or downloading PDF link to introduce yourself better. Now let's go to networking. At the networking page, you can find out every restaurant of this conference today gathering around here, including you. For example, Arnold, I would like to know you better. You can find their position and company name tag after the names. Click Start Chat. You can have a private message with them. Hi Arnold. You can have a messenger pop up here. Use this function well and make new friends. Also make your business happen. Next, please go to Booth. At the Booth tag, you can find out Siemens, Philippines Manufacturing Company of Murata, SEIPI, AEIS, and VEIA, their booth. Especially, take a look at Siemens booth. If you scroll down, not only you can find out their website, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook, but also they prepared the download Siemens ebook resource here. Take a look at them. And scroll down, we have the video for each booth. You can also leave a message here at right-hand side. To ask their questions, the messengers there are happy to answer your question. At the end, please go to the feedback form. We would like to make a better conference for you in the future, so don't forget, leave a comment here. We would like to know you better. Also, if you want us to make a business partner's appointment for you, don't be shy, tell us. That's all. Enjoy conference today.
The pace services. IoT will connect everything with automation and intelligence to optimize performance. It's all enabled by digital threads that turn silo data into connected disciplines and processes. These threads form the neural network of a digital twin, a virtual entity which mirrors the physical world, turning data into insight to continuously design, build, and optimize throughout the product and production lifecycle. This transforms siloed electronic systems development, enabling intelligent simulations and parallel design to front-load quality control. Synchronizing data throughout the supply chain and manufacturing process improves productivity and allows manufacturers to diagnose potential obstacles and avoid them. An integrated lifecycle with requirements, planning, and execution in a single system allows complex products to be developed faster and with the full collaboration of all stakeholders. Siemens can help you achieve rapid digital transformation, powered by the world's most comprehensive digital twin. There's no need to dream about the future. It's already here.
I am here at Roy Electronics in Northern Italy, and I'm going to share with you now the PCB assembly process as it starts from the breadboard PCBs to the end customers. Roy Electronics have implemented a very advanced Industry 4.0 PCB assembly shop floor. As you can see, there are hardly any operators in this production floor because they have chosen to implement a very high level of automation. This is the shop floor of the future. Let's go have a look. The breadboard goes into the laser marking machine. The machine marks a unique serial number which comes from the ERP and reports to the output file that the Valor IoT can then collect the data. The serial number will enable us to track this specific board and know exactly what happened to it. At Roy, the serial numbers are generated by the ERP and are unique to each PCB. The screen printer applies the paste through the stencil. Each job has a different stencil which is planned with Valor process preparation. It must be precise per product and per revision. At this station, we can expect a relatively high rate of defects. It is very sensitive to environment condition, temperature, humidity, time. This is the reason for many tests and inspection after this stage. With Valor Material Management, we can conduct stencil verification by scanning the stencil barcode and reporting the exact stencil and paste we have used.
So we use the digital as a platform of new communication because this is very important. If you don't have the digital life, and your business will be fading away.
More accelerate localized production network and local supply chain network. Step by step, by manually using the very simple sensor and very simple analysis tool. So we are just in the beginning.
They have to be quick thinking, quick decision making, and quick changes. So also accept more agile systems, e-procurement, e-sourcing, but also.
So, having the technology is one thing, okay, knowing what to 3D print, okay, what to design is another thing. Yeah. So the thing is, and you can see based on the color, they also use the color as communication. For example, this is color.
Originally, we have Caterpillar Vietnam and
Hello, dear delegates. Welcome to the second set of our agenda for today. This time, our focus is on the semiconductor manufacturing and processing. Let me introduce our first speaker to you. Our first speaker will talk about MLCC, worldwide trend, and the approach of Philippine Murata. He is Senior Manager for Machine Engineering, Philippine Manufacturing Company of Murata, Incorporated. Let us all welcome Mr. Wilson Paraja. Mr. Wilson, you have the floor now. And delegates, don't forget, we still have the live Q&A later.
Isang maganda at mapagpalang hapon po sa lahat. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply and greatly honored to be with all of you this afternoon. And on behalf of Philippine Manufacturing Company of Murata, we would like to appreciate everyone, specifically for SAPI, for giving us the opportunity, or great opportunity today. I am Mr. Wilson de Guzman Pareja, Senior Manager for Machine Engineering Department, and I'm glad and greatly honored to present to you MLCC Worldwide Trend and Approach by Philippine Murata. Our presentation contents are the Murata Manufacturing, a brief introduction, Murata Business Strategy of 3-layer portfolio, MLCC Worldwide Trend, Business Operation in Philippine Plant. So at first, I would like to give you a brief introduction in regards with Murata Manufacturing. I would like to at first present to you our chassis, our Murata philosophy. Our Murata philosophy is actually the company's story and spirit, written none other than by our founder, Mr. Akira Murata, and it serves as our vision and mission now and for the future. Chassis is basically the foundation of everyone in our company, as our mission that we will always contribute to the advancement of society and on how we could realize this mission. Because our chassis is our story of trust, thankfulness, and continuous innovation throughout the years. This is our highlights of our history in Murata Manufacturing, as it actually established in 1944. In 1950, our Murata philosophy has been able to created, and we established our Yokkaichi plant in the 1960s. In the 1970s and 1980s, we could be able to see the expansion of our Murata plants globally, from Singapore to Thailand to China. And we inaugurate our new headquarters in Nagaoka-kyo in Kyoto. And in 2010, we achieved a milestone of sales of around 1 trillion yen. And in the year 2012, Philippine Manufacturing Company of Murata has been able to establish. So, our organization for Murata Manufacturing consists of our Chairman of the Board, Mr. Tsuneo Murata, our President, Mr. Norio Nakajima, in our Corporate Technology and Business Development, Mr. Hiroshi Iwatsubo, our global sales and marketing, Mr. Satoshi Sonoda, our divisions for our production plants, from production of capacitor until our medical products unit, our production engineering, our corporate planning and administration. In Murata, we have a number of 89 subsidiaries from Japan until overseas, and employees of around 75,000. What is the market share of Murata products all over the world? From cheap multi-layer ceramic capacitors of 40%, EMI suppression of 35%, surface acoustic wave filters of 50%, 40% for multi-layer LC filters, and 40% for micro batteries, 95% for shock sensors, ceramic resonators of 75%, and high-frequency inductors of 60%. Thus, Murata is always committed to create value not only for the customers but also for the welfare of its employees. So that's why we have our corporate value creation. This corporate value creation is being guided by our SHAZE. And we will strengthen our key values to continuously provide satisfaction from our customers to our employees. Thus, our growth strategy to promote and evolve business models through our three-layer portfolio and continuously transform our business to adopt changes or ever changes in our business and society. How we could be able to materialize this and provide solution to our key issues in the society through initiatives on ESG and 17 SDG, as Murata will always wanted to be the global leader in component and module manufacturing and supply. So as we could always and continuously create company added value for economic and society. So our vision 2030 basically is that Murata will innovate to create a virtuous cycle of social and economic value and contribute to the enrichment of the society. Thus, we will continuously innovate our products to provide society's needs to further enrich and enhance people's lives. We will practice our sustainable operation through realizing harmony with environment and the society, and we will continuously solve key social issues by utilizing our products on a breakthrough to pursue sustainability. Thus, Murata, with our 2030 vision, will become the global leader in component, in manufacturing of module, and being trusted by customers and the society. So as part of our business strategy, this is our three-layer portfolio. Our three-layer portfolio is basically part of our corporate value creation. As a growth strategy, we will always promote and evolve our business models through this portfolio and focusing on top business operations and opportunities. So what are these? What is this three-layer portfolio? Basically, at first is our standard products business or EI as our core business strength that fuels our growth. This application-specific capacitors or components business is actually creating new value to expand our opportunities globally, and of course, creation of new business models that could actually build Murata's future business competency. So how we will be doing this is by commitment to innovation. So as Murata is committed to continuously innovate for the success or for the needs of the society, basically at first we will revolutionize our fundamental and basic technologies and develop to compete with the changing environment. Next is to continuously enhance and develop our processes through our monozukuri and technology integration. And of course, we will be innovating to commit to customers and society, understanding its needs to create value through our products and solution. From here, these three sources of innovation is actually interlinked to our slogan as the #1 innovator in electronics. How we will be doing this is by three steps of our initiatives. at first is that with an eye of our company to 2030 and beyond, we will take up this challenge building new business models for our company to provide solutions to our society and to expand our business in the long run. We will realize this. Small successes on a mid-term scale, but definitely we will further strengthen these business models and become our core capabilities in 2030. We will seek domains where Murata demonstrates its strength through taking a series of challenges towards our 2030 vision. Next is our MLCC worldwide trend. This MLCC worldwide trend is basically composed of two trends in regards with communication and mobility. As we all know, MLCC is currently one of the components being in demand by manufacturers. For communications, as per 5G requirement, since that we will be increasing yearly its demand from communication from smartphones to PCs to tablets. As we can see, until 2025, we have a consistently increased demand. While for the mobility or automotive, as we can see, until drop of 2020 and 2021 as per effect of the pandemic, from 2022 we can see a stable growth since there are increasing demand in electric vehicle. Thus, Murata is actually committed for expanding its capability and basically have its 40% MLCC overall share in the market being strengthened by production capacity or capability increase in China, in Singapore, in Philippines, and in Japan, in Fukui and Izumo Murata, and currently being under construction in Thailand as our 6th production plant. Next is I would like to give to you our business operation in Philippine plant. Please let me introduce to you to Philippine Manufacturing Company of Murata, being established last September 2011. This year is our 10th year anniversary with the product of solely multi-layer ceramic capacitor and 3,539 employees as of February 2022. So what is PMM's vision? PMM's vision is to become a factory trusted by customers and to contribute to MLCC's capacity expansion. With this vision, we will commit to run in a rail called 5S towards 7.0 production and 2030 grand design. So how we will be realizing this vision? We have a long-term task that we will contribute to the expansion of MLCC for automotive, and from that we will be achieving our automotive quality, and we will give a stable supply to the market through level up of manufacturing and achieving our midterm production system, through improving in our management skills, training of our local key person, and implementation of educational system by function. With here, we will be realizing our production throughput. So as I already mentioned a while ago, we are producing multi-layer ceramic capacitors or MLCC from GRM and GCM, which is actually applied to communication, computers, audiovisual, and automotive as part of 40% global market share of Murata. So what is PMM's process in making MLCC? Currently, we are starting from electrode printing until shipment, but as our commitment as well to expand our business, we are currently ongoing transfer of sheeting process, which is actually in schedule to operate by January 2023. So, for us to respond in increasing MLCC demand, we need to have our QCD strategy. So, what are the things that we need to solve in order for us to create a value to our customer? We have a lot of issues such as customer complaint, delivery complaint, breakdown of the machines, accident of our employees, excess inventory of stocks, waste in regards with our work loss, conversion of our processes. So from here, we would like to introduce our 7-0. 0 defect, 0 stagnation, 0 breakdown, 0 accident, 0 stock, 0 waste, and 0 conversion. This 7-0 basically aims in order for us to level up our manufacturing and achieve our throughput. So what is our ultimate goal in achieving the 7-0? PMM's goal is to improve our company return of investment, or ROIC, and to create value for customers by providing 0 customer complaint, guaranteeing the made in Murata brand of quality, lowest price in the world, and just-in-time delivery. So, to realize our vision and level up our manufacturing process, basically, we would like to start we already started activities in eliminating our 7-0 production risk. This is through with the foundation of 5S as understanding its main importance, so that we could be able to bear the fruit of this 7-0 production. At first, we basically input to our employees understanding about the importance of the foundation for 5S as an important role to have a profitable and stable business. And we will always strengthening the 5S mindset of our employees by leading, participating, and continuously learning. From here, we could actually emphasize the growth of this 5S3 by resulting to 7-0. This is by the enhancement of this leading by superiors, full participation of everyone, and learning with each other. From here, we could achieve our production throughput so that we could be able to achieve our goal, our ROIC improvement, and value creation for the customers. So, how we could be able to achieve this 7-0? We have this levels of 7-0 production. So, from weak production throughput until mindset change and habituate in level 3, being proactive, and the ideal of ultimate throughput production. So, from the start of visualization until my midterm target, we always try hard to improve and to improve our 7-0 production. So, from our strategy, from 0 defect, that the design and processes being guaranteed with quality, 0 stagnation for optimal in-process control, inventory control, 0 breakdown for the optimal machine performance, and 0 conversion for the process standardization as our level 5 target. For 0 stocks for proper and sufficient control. 0 waste is for the control of work loss for our employees, and of course 0 accident for the management and control of safe environment. So I would like to give a highlight in regards with 3 of the most important examples of a 7-0. From 0 defect that we could be able to still have a misoperation, that there is a possible customer complaint from the defect occurrence. We actually enhance our 4M, identify and manage defective modes with an outflow risk, and prevent the abnormality occurrence and outflow to customers. How? By 5S, utilizing FTA and FMEA in analysis, and Pokayoke installation. From here, we would like to evolve from reactive to proactive control. 0 breakdown activity basically is from machine trouble analysis until optimization in realizing, of course, predictive or condition-based maintenance, and implementing autonomous maintenance since we already make necessary machine optimization. So from here, we could decrease our preventive maintenance or time-based. So next is our 0 stagnation and 0 waste idea or image. This is our image in order for us to make throughput input of our work in process in our line, so that we could be able to avoid the buildup of excess WIP by realizing and improving our bottleneck processes. So, how 7.0 works to achieve our production throughput. This is by 5S foundation in each of our processes, input of standardization of process condition, control of production loss by work design, work in process bottleneck management, and safe environment, so that we could be able to achieve a no customer complaint, optimum machine performance, and synchronized inventory order and consumption, or JIT. From here, we could be able to bear the fruits of our 7.0 production in order for us to realize our production throughput and achieve our ROIC improvement and value creation. This is our QCD strategy. And from now on, I would like to give to you our social contribution by Philippine Manufacturing Company of Murata. At first, our renewable energy 100%, or RE100. Murata is always committed to contribute to clean energy source. So that's why PMM become Murata's first 100% renewable energy on all its overseas plant, which actually generates 4.22 million kilowatt hour with 6,768 panels being installed in our B building, and that could actually reduce 2,947 tons of carbon dioxide per year. Aside from that, we have this outreach program to Tondo, which is being held yearly to give and provide smile to our Filipino children. And Murata is also giving its medical mission through assistance in our community and blood donation. And of course, donation to typhoon victims through SAPI. This is in assistance, of course, for those victims of typhoons. And as per commitment, also to provide quality education to our Filipino children, we are giving out scholarship and laptops or educational materials for our Filipino students. So I would like to end my presentation by giving you that this presentation is basically based on our mission that we will always contribute to the advancement of society, for us to empower our society and empower our future. That would be the end of my presentation. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Please enter the live Q&A platform. Wilson, I will now give you the access to the platform. And I'll open the Q&A platform, and delegates, prepare your questions to Mr. Wilson. Also, there are a small discussion among the speakers. I think that's very great. So, Mr. Wilson, can you join the Q&A platform?
Clearly hear me?
Yes,
right
loud
now.
and clear. Loud and
Okay,
clear.
thank
Yes,
you very
yes.
much. So, if you have any questions, so just please let us know. So I'll be showing the first question, I guess.
Can you find out that on the right-hand side there's a Q&A mode?
Yes, yes.
And please click the Q&A mode, and you will find out I put all the questions there already.
Okay, so at first I would like to for a while. So
by the way, also Patrick and Sherwin also asked questions to you.
Okay, so at first is the question, which is what will you do differently so that the past shortages of MLCCs will not happen again? So I think MLCC's condition right now is truly we are having some shortages. Even us, we are actually doing our job on a triple time so that we could be able to provide necessary delivery to our customers, specifically on the current demand. So right now, actually Murata is committed to expand continuously, specifically in the ASEAN region. We are actually right now concentrating on the ASEAN region for us to be able to constantly provide MLCC demand to our customers.
Thank you. Let's go to the next one. Maybe we can answer Patrick's question first.
Okay, so what are the significant benefits or differences between 7 zeros versus 5 nines? Actually, to tell you honestly, on 5 nines, I'm not that familiar yet, but I guess on what I understand previously on my experience is that this is like a system design in reliability engineering in regards that we need to eliminate some failure, if I'm not mistaken. So like a redundant systems or detection of failure that could occur. So why 7 zero? Basically, we could actually incorporate or impart this 5 nines in our 7 zero. That's why we have zero breakdown and zero defect projects in our company. So basically on this, we would like to focus on the defect occurrences in our company for the failure that it might go to the customer, or and at the same time we would like to strengthen or optimize our production line with our machines. That's why we are having this zero breakdown project, that we focus on the breakdown root causes that we could be able to improve our machine production time.
Thank you. Let's go to the next one.
Okay, for the next one is that basically what are PMM's difficulty in implementing 7 zero production right now? Of course, difficulty that we are currently experiencing is that how we could be able to further strengthen the mindset of the members. That is very important because 5S on our side is our fundamental foundation. So that's why what we are imparting our members is, as per our philosophy, is that we always go on scientific approach. So this is more specific on us, especially that we are standardizing and making necessary improvements on our part.
I see. Next one, shall we? Due to the time limitation, Wilson, I think next one will be our last question.
Okay. So for the last question is that what is the current level of PMM's 7 zero right now? We already started at level 2, so we are ongoing on level 3, which is habituation. So right now we are currently on the predictive side, going to the predictive side of the defects, and at the same time as the breakdown of the machines. So this is the one that we are currently making necessary systems.
Okay, thank you for answering the last question. And due to the time limitation, I have to say very sorry. We have other questions to discuss, however, maybe not today. So delegates, welcome to contact us, fill in the feedback form and leave your questions. We will send those questions to speakers too. And Mr. Wilson, can you please make a conclusion to delegates and for your presentation today?
As for the conclusion that what we would like to impart or give to our audiences or to our participants right now is that on the 7 zero idea, it is actually a bit general or easy if we will be saying this on a platform, but definitely in implementing this in order for us to have the result of throughput production is actually very hard. So this is the one that Murata would like to impart. The ideal condition that we would like to implement the 7 zero, that this is actually not impossible. We could identify our processes that have bottlenecks that we could be able to provide true value, added value to our customers. So that is actually the spirit that we have in regards with 7 zero production.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for joining our conference today, and looking forward to see you in our future events as well.
Right. Thank you very much.
See you. Bye-bye. Wow, I have to say, delegates, I can see there are many questions and great discussions
I hope that we can keep this spirit till the end. Okay, next one, next session. Once again, let us welcome Siemens. Okay, this is another technical speech from Siemens Digital Industry Software. This time, we have Alan D. Porter, Vice President, Electronics and Semiconductor Industry, and Sanghakit Chakraborty, Director, Global Electronics and Semiconductor Industry Solutions, to discuss how chip makers can take advantage of the growing semiconductor market demand. Ooh, really hot topic. So let's begin. Speakers, you may have the floor. And don't forget, later we will have live Q&A as well. Delegates, listen very carefully, prepare your questions too.
Hello, and thanks for joining us. We spend a lot of time engaging with customers in the semiconductor industry. There are 4 key trends to highlight from our discussions. First, new markets. Whether taking an existing product into a new geography or a new product into an existing geography, executives say time to market is one of the top items keeping them up at night. At many companies, product life cycles might last 3 to 5 years, but a significant portion of lifetime profits often come in the first few quarters. Second, the semiconductor industry is arguably one of the most innovative industries when it comes to emerging technologies. Advancements in transistor density, power dissipation, performance, and features are essential to enabling 5G, artificial intelligence, and AR/VR. To continue to deliver increased system integration capabilities moving forward will require even greater use of integrated digital solutions. Third, semiconductors are now going into everything from cars to appliances. This opportunity for consumer-driven growth comes with challenges ranging from rapidly changing demand to an increase in part numbers associated with personalization. And finally, the growth in the fabless foundry model, along with consolidation of IDMs, has had a profound effect on the semiconductor supply chain. Semiconductor design, manufacturing, and market fulfillment are now increasingly happening across continent and even company boundaries. There are lots of opportunities in semiconductor industry, from smart connected devices to automotive, but also a lot of challenges in the way of realizing those opportunities. And the digitalization path does not always lead to the pot of gold. All of this has led to an unprecedented level of complexity. Sanghakit will now detail how you can manage this complexity using a semiconductor lifecycle approach for innovation and successful chip development.
The semiconductor industry is highly fragmented with hundreds of legacy and homegrown systems, which cannot scale to meet the needs of managing today's product and process complexity. Some of those legacy systems were built a few decades back and cannot scale to the kind of expansion we are seeing in the industry today. It becomes very challenging to integrate the systems because of lack of standardization from a process and system standpoint, and define a single source of truth, which further complicates with merger and acquisition activities. There is a constant pressure on NPI cycle time, realize zero defects, and reduce cost. The fragmentation that exists both in design and manufacturing space, especially due to geographically distributed ecosystem, makes it even more challenging. Primarily due to COVID in recent times, we're experiencing severe chip shortage due to the fact of disrupted supply chain, factory shutdowns, and product non-qualifications and component shortage. The domino effects is experienced by almost all industries, especially auto, which have recorded huge revenue shortfalls in recent quarters. The chip shortage problem is aggravated with reduced yield scenarios, lack of prior vendor qualifications for products for load balancing, and having an internal capacity to produce. Some of the IDMs which are supplying to auto industry see massive growth in the horizon and very well positioned to go through this pandemic cycle. It becomes important that design and manufacturing are tightly integrated to avoid fallouts like reduce yield, improve process optimization, having multiple pre-quals, and a smooth digitalization platform. As we step into this world of EDA and manufacturing, we see severe fragmentation that exists both in the EDA space and the manufacturing space. And also there is a wall that is there between the engineering side and the manufacturing side. The EDA world as well as manufacturing worlds are integrated mostly by file transfers. Through digitalization, traceability, and real-time AI-based data analytics is very difficult to realize because of the silo nature of the tools and process. The fragmentation becomes more pronounced when multiple sites are involved in product development and manufacturing, and we see IP infringement, lack of provenance, unwanted intrusion, and unknown quality and supply chain issues. All these issues create barriers to the road to edge-to-edge digitalization and becomes even more complicated when revisioning happens at any point of product development lifecycle, either in the design side or in the manufacturing side. Now, a recent survey for executives shows 85% of them believe the issues of data integrity will grow exponentially as organizations rely on data-driven decisions using artificial intelligence techniques, and poor data quality can create existential threat. Now, from a solution standpoint, we are looking for an end-to-end lifecycle management solution. Design anywhere, build anywhere. Now, the design houses, as we see today, are geographically distributed. You can have a design center in one part of Europe. You can have another design center in Asia, and you have the corporate design headquarters in US, as an example. Same with manufacturing. You can have an assembly house in Asia. You can have the fab in Europe, and so on and so forth. So the concept is basically you need to be able to design anywhere and build anywhere, and you need to support the different situations where the design and the manufacturing sites will be geographically distributed. And especially for manufacturing, you have to also consider situations for multiple qualifications and load balancing. Rapid prototyping and deployment. Now, as we know, time is of essence. Companies want to get into digitalization journey and see benefits rapidly without waiting for years of typical deployment experience. Next one is the master data management for traceability and governance. We want to get into one version of truth. So we create a master data platform with pre-built configurations, taxonomy, associations. The system should be able to help and govern master data and enable traceability with minimal changes. And the next and the last one is basically apply industry best practices so that we can apply the business process flows to connect digital representations of digital and physical assets and provide the top line and the bottom line benefits the companies are looking for. The edge-to-edge solution actually ranges all the way from defining requirements, system specifications. It goes through architectural design, functional logic design, circuit design, physical verification, sign off, the typical tape-out process, the post-tape-out flow, the mask generation, application of the fabrication process, probe, assembly, test, marking, delivery of the chip, and finally kind of wrapping it up through the R&D process at the quality. So the total solution is kind of broken up into 8 modules. The master data model is to hold logical, physical parts and tool setups to manage the semiconductor day-in-the-life design, supply chain, and manufacturing flow information. The solution manages all semiconductor design, manufacturing, metadata, and artifacts, all the way from requirements, RTL, netlist, GDS2, IPs, crystals, wafers, die, process technology, the mask information, the probe information, the die kit, the package kit, assembly item, test items, build items, etc. Manages the bill of information, including site-specific and common bill of material, site effectivity, alternates, substitutes, substance compliance, conflict mineral, etc. Manages the fab, probe, test, assembly, process technology, including mapping information during process nodes and manufacturing locations. Enables realization of complete traceability and digital thread from finished product to design artifacts. This diagram shows the different modules for the same solution and its integration touchpoints from design, like version control systems, design and verification EDA tools, IP design data management systems, as well as MES, ERP, and logistics on the supply chain side. The industry-specific product solution establishes the hub and spoke model by maintaining the master product record and integrate with other enterprise systems to establish that enterprise-wide traceability product information from design to performance. Siemens PLM NPI planning execution visibility supports both waterfall and agile development models. Overall, it is a waterfall technique that usually gets used in chip design. Typically, companies start new product development and grow their business, develop new products, and thus stay competitive. New product introduction is a vehicle which includes schedules, process, checklists, deliverables to create new profitable products to market on time. Now, the solution helps to capture and curate ideas, help to manage business plan and mature them into a new product development project. Built-in automation and PMI-based project chatter implementation helps to create project schedules automatically based on key project metadata like complexity and project type. The built-in phase gate process and checklists helps to manage project and product deliverables, and built-in key performance indicators helps to track project progress and provide key real-time information to different levels of organization, from product and project managers to C-level executives, where they can slice and dice the data based on out-of-the-box field reporting. This is one of the 12 metrics that comes out of the box. The built-in phase gate process and checklists helps to manage project and product deliverables, and built-in key performance indicators helps to track project progress and provide key real-time information to different levels of organization, from product and project managers to C-level executives, where they can slice and dice the data based on out-of-the-box field reporting. This is one of the 12 metrics that comes out of the box to manage the NPI process. This is investment by innovation type. This shows how the company investments are deployed, and it also gives an idea of innovation. Let's assume if the CEO wants to see how his breakthrough projects are doing right now, and how much really has been spent or going to be spent in the future, so as to make necessary adjustments to the portfolio project level. Sometimes there is a need to rebalance breakthrough projects with replacement projects. Also, this analysis can be done at the corporate level or BU level or at product line level. The next one is the ideation effectivity metric. Driving the rest of the project phases also gives a view of the ideas that distributed various maturities have been paid project based on selected criteria. Why is important? So idea can come from different parts of the organization and sometimes outside organizations like customer, vendor, supplier. Typically, most of the ideas generated from R&D, manufacturing, and product marketing. The metric shows idea maturity, how the ideas are actually progressing. Typically, during ideation phase, goes through a maturity process by means of business plan, and eventually some ideas get sponsors approval to translate into a project. This slide shows a sample bill of material all the way from crystal to product line. This shows product line hierarchy along with a model concept to capture common properties for leaf nodes for the product lines and ensure reusability. The customer part number or orderable part number are instantiated out of the model to ensure CP and unique properties are managed accurately. The BOM includes concepts of the die kit and package kit with all pre-configured configurations. Most of the time, companies spend on the hierarchy definitions for both engineering and manufacturing side, and having a pre-configured, ready-to-use solution drastically reduces the time for deployment with all business rules for EBOM and NBOM and control documents being pre-built. This shows once the BOM with alternative substitutes are built, it needs to send the bill of process to downstream systems, example AEIS system. This pre-configured solution helps to define, for example, a fab process flow with thousands of operations, inputs and output resources, or materials and tools. Example, reticle layer, which are all pre-existing objects. The process flow is built by threading the different operations or steps, which can be created or reused to build a product. The advantage of connecting BOM and BOP is for any change in BOM for all sites or a specific site, changes can get synchronized and communicated real time to affected downstream systems. One of the examples where there are frequent errors in test program revisions being incorrectly loaded in the tester and not synchronized leads to costly defects, or using a wrong marking file also leads to huge scrap. This model assembly shows that design and library management for PCB systems and components. More and more semiconductor companies are in modular electronics business, and having an integrated solution helps for multi-domain data management and a single harmonized system with traceability from crystal to the components of the board. This shows the lifecycle traceability report. This is an out-of-the-box report with manual labels as system-generated font is too small to read. This diagram shows some representative objects that helps to create a single digital thread from design to manufacturing. The diagram illustrates engineering objects, manufacturing objects, bill of IP, bill of requirements, engineering and manufacturing connected by the tape-out process and the mask set. The next slide shows the expanded view of the BOM objects from product fabric assembly part. This report is created on demand for the entire digital thread and able to navigate to supporting collaterals for specific product revision. This traceability helps to address several problem areas in terms of real-time reporting and decision-making, real-time root cause analysis. Example, finding which IP revision was used for a specific die design was taped out, along with outstanding defects with IP revision, establish provenance and trust, prevent counterfeiting, continuous improvement, improve yield, etc. So as we see in the two pictures, the left-hand side shows a highly fragmented ecosystem where the design and the manufacturing world are fragmented. And the right side is almost like a defrag picture where all the different objects are connected, traced from engineering to manufacturing in a very smooth digitalization platform. So essentially, we need to go into a single source of truth across the entire semiconductor product lifecycle so that it eliminates redundancy, it reduces cost, eliminates defects, helps in rapid root cause analysis, and optimizes supply chain.
Thank you, Sankajit. Each year, companies spend as much as 25% of their revenues, in some cases billions of dollars, on innovation and product development, according to Accenture analysis. But nearly half of the investment is on products that are either late to market or don't address customer requirements. According to Accenture, a 1% reduction in the time it takes to deliver a product to market by improving PLM, for example, can translate to major financial benefits. To achieve the goal of one integrated data model, leverage powerful core semiconductor lifecycle management solutions to manage data, processes, and collaboration throughout the entire chip development program, from initial customer requirements to fab handoff. Using the terminology, workflows, procedures, best practices, data types, and other requirements needed by people at all levels of the semiconductor company. So, can you innovate alone? The actions that companies are taking to alleviate market pressures center around improving communication and collaboration, enhancing productivity through tool and process efficiency will provide engineers with capabilities that expand their designs while stimulating their creative juices. These innovative tools include flexible layout editors, document and design management, simulation capabilities, sourcing and supplier integration, and many others that encourage experimentation, ingenuity, and optimize the flow of data between the steps of product development.
Yes, I have received a very urgent message from Siemens Patrick. Patrick, I was still inviting you to our Q&A platform, but I'm not sure if you are there because I received a message from Patrick. He's gonna attend another meeting, emergency meeting. So let's wait for a few seconds. Patrick, are you there? Let's give him a few seconds. Okay, I think Patrick is now gone to another meeting because he just left a message to me that saying that's very urgent, so he just left. So, dear delegates, don't worry that he left a message to me that we will gather all the questions and send it to Siemens later. So, you can still have further discussion according to their topic. Okay, so now let me please introduce our next speaker to the next session. For the next session, let's welcome SEIPI SEPI. The final speaker for this session is the president of Semiconductor and Electronics Industries in the Philippines Foundation, Incorporated, as known as SEIPI. And today, he will talk about the smart manufacturing in the Philippines. Let's all welcome Dr. Danilo C. Lanchica. Dr. Lanchica, you can have the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the ASEAN Electronics and Semiconductor Manufacturing Summit 2022. I'm Dr. Dan Lachica, and I will be talking about smart manufacturing in the Philippines. Just to give an idea of what I'm going to be covering, we'll start with IR 4.0 predictions and then the digital transformation in the Philippines. SAPI, which is our organization, the Electronics Industry Association of the Philippines, we have our own IR 4.0 technical working group. I'll talk about that. And then I'll switch gears and talk about the future of semiconductors in the Philippines and the growing IC design industry. So the predictions for 2022, Edge and IoT will drive new solutions for Scope 3 emission reduction. Demand for sustainability-related services powered by Edge and IoT will grow for energy efficiency and resource management. Satellite internet will challenge 5G as the connectivity of choice. 85% of satellite users will be in rural locations with remote worker initiatives and remote facilities benefiting significantly from satellite internet in 2022. The chip shortage will impede overall IoT market growth by anywhere from 10 to 15%, and IoT chip shortage will shave off the IoT growth for the year. Actually, 1/3 of the first attempts at anywhere will simply not work, right? So I've quoted some numbers here. 60% of security incidents will involve third parties. 10% of technology executives prioritize investments to radically expand creativity. And around 80% of consumers will see the world as digital with no divide. Okay. So for the Philippines, there is an openness of Philippine manufacturing enterprises. Actually, about 950,000. There are 950,000 SMEs in the Philippines and about 4,600 large enterprises. So what we've done is, and this is the data from the Department of Trade and Industry, 77% of the micro enterprises are familiar with IR 4.0, 67% of small and medium are familiar, and 83% of the large, not surprisingly, have some familiarity with IR 4.0. And the primary considerations for shifting to IR 4.0 are as listed: improvement in productivity and competitiveness, innovation and technology advancement, cost of investment and funding, market conditions, and about 29% are not really familiar. And some of the barriers to the transformation would include, obviously, the lack of financial capability, and unfamiliarity, market conditions, lack of skills and knowledge and expertise is a big one, and to a certain extent, poor digital infrastructure. So specifically, as I mentioned, we partner with the DTI, or Department of Trade and Industry, and what they've done is to provide support throughout the journey of Industry 4.0 transformation of manufacturing enterprises, covering all facets of production, skills, financial support, and technology expertise. They actually have identified a 5-point step in terms of conducting workshops, roadmaps, having a pilot factory and SMB academy, and eventually coming up with an Industry 4.0 smart factory, which our companies, our manufacturers in the Philippines can study. So they also work on creating incentives and work on the Philippine Skills Framework and establishing a national center for AI research. So for our organization, the Semiconductor Electronics Industries of the Philippines, we have our 4.0 technical working group by organizing industry experts and specialists from the engineering and IT community to facilitate our members' journey towards digital transformation. We have 340 members, and 103 of them are focusing on manufacturing. We've developed a baseline survey to assess the readiness of manufacturing members, 103 of them, and the objectives of this TWG are aligned with DTI's I3S, or the Inclusive Innovation Industrial Strategy, and DOST's technological roadmap, or technology roadmap, I should say. let me just switch gears and talk about the future of semiconductors in the Philippines. The market is actually, the global market I'm referring to, is projected to grow from $452.25 billion in 2021 to $803 billion in 2028, with a compounded annual growth rate of 8.6%. In the Philippines, we actually export about $46 billion of electronics products, and 70% of them, or $32 billion, come from the semiconductor space. And, we expect this to grow by the end of this year by about 10% to $35 billion. Okay? And this is just for semiconductors, because the total electronics exports will grow to about $50 billion. And so, since we don't have wafer fabs in the Philippines, what the strategy really is to grow or to move up the value chain into IC design. So, as I've mentioned, the IC design, we expect to grow that, and we in fact expect the service market to boom, according to the Market Newswire. And during the forecast period of up to 2028, IC design services expected to rise at a very fast pace. The industrial design market size is expected to accelerate at the CAGR, compounded annual growth rate of 4.72%. And during this period alone, the market will grow by about $12.5 billion. And this is I mentioned DTI earlier, and what we show here is the IC design industry growth roadmap. And we have identified IC design as the area that would provide long-term stability, growth, and diversification options. It will allow the semiconductor and electronics industry to go up the value chain, as I mentioned. And this will feed into several products such as photonic devices, CRTs, amplifiers, sound recorders, and of course the other hardware that support the emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, IoT, 6G, and medical electronics, etc. And some of the key players in the design, assembly, and test of ASICs are operating in the Philippines. So what I'm showing here is the roadmap for the IC design industry. Well, it's embedded into DOST's roadmaps, and DOST stands for Department of Science and Technology, and it's planned to be consistent with the call for the development of the Philippine IC design industry, consistent meaning the roadmaps also of DTI. And DOST has established Advanced Science and Technology Institute design centers at the enumerated list here: EEEI, CIDR, EPIIC, EPDC, and ITDI. And this will all be in the Research and Development Institutes. So again, for SAPI's activity, we are setting up an IC design training lab, and this is consistent with our roadmap, which we call the Product and Technology Holistic Strategy, which was launched in 2018. Ongoing developments, we are working with our Higher Education Institute and our Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, both government agencies, for the reskilling of technicians, IC design layouters and designers, and of course, graduates of BS, MS, and PhD courses from the Higher Education Institute. And this training lab, IC Design Training Lab, will be intended to develop capability and capacity for IC design in the industry. And that's all I have for today. Thank you very much for your attention. And later on, I guess we're going to have a Q&A, then I will be happy to answer your questions. Again, have a good day, stay safe, and thank you.
Go join me with the online platform with the Q&A.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. That's so great.
All right.
So if you want, I can publish the question for you.
Yes, please.
Will be our first question to answer.
Okay. Well, as I mentioned earlier, we formed a technical working group from industry and government members to baseline the understanding and capabilities of industry through a survey. Actually, we partnered with, for this particular technical working group, I think we have our chairperson for this group, Mr. Red Ramos, I think is in the audience, or is he participating in the panel discussion? I'm not sure, but just wanted to acknowledge him as the chairman of this group. He's from Allegro. And we also have, interestingly enough, we have a consultant from Singapore, from CAD Vision Systems, Mr. Huong, okay, and also from Siemens. It's a small industry. So we have, a couple of Filipinos that support us. We have Mr. Jory Guzman, the Asia Pacific region head of vertical management, and TJ, the assistant sales manager, and Zongyang Wang, the head of vertical management. Sorry for plugging their names, but I just wanted to make sure that they're given due credit for the work that they've been doing. So after we complete the survey, we would encourage the folks, the manufacturers, to go for the full series full assessment, the SMART index assessment, and to understand how they can accelerate their journey to digital transformation, which would, as you know, include the process, the business model, the domain, the culture, and the organizational transformation. So that's where we're at today. We're completing the survey, and we'll process the data and share with our partners at DTI and DOST. Thank you.
Thank you. That will be our first question. And the next one, I'll choose this one.
I see you've shown the IC design plan. At what stage are you at, and what opportunities for partnerships are available? You know, IC design is it's in its infancy. Unlike Taiwan and other ASEAN neighbors or Asian neighbors, we only have about 6 design companies, and so what we're going to do then is, as we move up the value chain, we want to grow that. Of course, to be able to do that, we need a source of talent. So again, our organization formed an IC design cluster to identify the sector challenges which impede the growth. We are also working with DTI, the Department of Trade and Industry. They've come up with an IC design roadmap, and our organization, SAPI, basically has taken the cudgels to implement that, starting with IC design training for the universities, working with the industries for addressing their needs for talent, and then eventually coming up with unique designs that can transform into new electronic devices. Initially, well, today we are relying on Taiwan, with this wafer shuttles. We send them the Gerber files, the tape outs for fabrication, because we don't have any wafer fabs in the Philippines. But hopefully, through the auspices of the Department of Science and Technology, would be able to come up with the microelectronics, well, a lab scale wafer fabs to do the prototyping for the IC designs.
See, so I believe that will link to our final and the next question, which is, can you please share with us the CEPI's international partnership and in which activities?
Okay. Well, we have several international partners that actually started with setting up pavilions in our Philippine Semiconductor Electronics Convention and Exhibition. We actually have one of our friends, our consultants who resides in Singapore, Angie Ng. I think she's in the audience too. But among those companies that were targeted for that, or we partnered with that, are, the Shenzhen Electronics Chamber from China, and the Singapore Industrial Automation Association, Taiwan Electric Electrical and Electronics Manufacturing Association. And in addition to that, we've kind of expanded also to include R&D and collaboration among universities. We have a couple of partners in France, Angers French Tech and Alliance Electronique, which is the biggest French electronics association. And like SAPI, they have members from private companies and universities. So we have B2B meetings among our company members to increase the trade between our two countries. And for the universities, we have our U2U meetings, which explore partnerships, student exchange, faculty exchange, and of course R&D projects. In Singapore, again, we have a couple of partners there. As I mentioned, SIAA earlier, and Lux Photonics, a consortium. As you know, it's an initiative of Nanyang Technological University and the National University of Singapore. And this is intended to form or to serve as a catalyst and a networking platform to translate cutting-edge research in photonics. We have a couple of partners in the United States as well. Semiconductor Industry Association, and that's based in Washington, D.C., and also SEMI. And a branch is actually located again in Singapore, SEMI Southeast Asia. So we have a lot of partnerships that span the collaboration from just exhibitions to increasing trade to being platforms for going specific devices and applications for electronics products.
I see. Thank you. I do know that Dr. Dan Lachika, you will be joining the panel discussion later as well, right? So delegates, feel free to ask more questions later during our next session, which is the panel discussion. So Daniel, before we move to panel discussion, can you please shortly in 30 seconds to sum up your presentation today, and then I will invite all the speakers will join the panel discussion with you later.
Well, okay. My presentation actually was broken down into two parts: the smart manufacturing in the Philippines and what we've done to accelerate the progress of our manufacturing members in the digital transformation. So specifically, we formed an IR 4.0 cluster to facilitate that. And then the other part really would be the nature, the profile of the semiconductor industry in the Philippines. Since we can't build commercial wafer fabs, what we've done is to move up the value chain in terms of IC design. So our aspiration really is to grow that sector, okay, by providing talent and developing products that can be, again, supplied to the international global market. Thank you very much for inviting me, and we'll see you again later for the panel discussion.
Actually, the later is now, so please stay with me, and I will invite the moderator and all other speakers to get online. So,
okay, thank you very much.
Of course, thank you. And also, I would like to looking forward to see you in our future events as well. Salamat po.
Walang anuman.
Okay, so Catherine, please get online.
Oh, hi, Jack.
Hello. So delegates, now it's time for our panel discussion. And I would like to introduce all of you, our moderator, Catherine, of International Networking News for Asia. And also let us welcome back our speakers, also Dr. Dan Lachika, Mr. Red Ramos, and Mr. Sherwin Nones. Hello. And I will leave the floor to all of you. And Catherine, you can start now.
All right. So hello, everybody, and good afternoon. I'm Catherine of International Metalworking News for Asia, and I'm very privileged to moderate today's panel discussion. Great to see you again, Dr. Lachika. And,
likewise.
Mr. Nones, and of course, welcome Mr. Red Ramos. Okay, so in today's dynamic business scenario, the companies that truly stand out from the pack all have one common factor. They all embrace innovation, enabling them to grow consistently, stay relevant, and be a differentiator to deliver value to its customers. Now, I want to ask our panels, what are some specific smart solutions can you share that can assist manufacturers in adapting to the evolving industry needs? Perhaps we can start with Mr. Rhett Ramos, then followed by Dr. Lachika, and then Mr. Nones. Okay.
Yeah, sure. And thank you again for inviting me to this panel discussion. I always find it very fruitful to share, an area which I like to dabble in, which is smart manufacturing. And Dr. Dan mentioned earlier that I am the chairman of the Industry 4.0 Technical Working Group of SAPI. And so to answer the question, it really boils down to IoT. Okay. So everyone, that's been the buzzword for the past, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years. Because you kind of IoT is a subset of Industry 4.0, because in Industry 4.0 you have a connection of everything, right? And IoT really is the internet, which is the connection and the thing. And in our case, in smart manufacturing, the thing is the equipment. Okay. There are sensors in the equipment that'll tell you what's going on. You can trigger the equipment based on certain conditions, or even manually if you want to. So the smart solution that we want to share really is the investment in IoT solutions, specific to our industry. And again, I can only talk about semiconductors. Our equipment, and one thing that is an advantage being in this industry is we have a consortium worldwide that adopts standards. And with those standards, it's easier for us to connect to those things because we have protocols called SexGem, for example. And SexGem allows us to kind of plug and play equipment and, talk to the equipment, trigger equipment, have the equipment tell us if something goes awry. And that really allows us to adopt smart manufacturing much faster. And that's something that I'm hoping that people in the industry, and I know in EMS, there's also a standard for specific to their piece of equipment. And I'm hoping that they can adopt more of those standards so that they can get faster adoption on the smart manufacturing side.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ramos. Dr. Lachika, your inputs, please.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I haven't seen Sherwin and Rhett in a while. I'm just kidding. Mostly together.
So
let me break down this question into three segments, and I will answer it maybe different from Rhett or Sherwin in terms of a practical example. And when I say break it down to three segments, I'll start with industry needs, and then go to smart solutions, then go to assisting manufacturers. Okay, let's take the case of the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, all right? So in the Philippines, what happened, like the rest of the world, we had to shut down our factories, okay? And so eventually, we can't shut down forever. So we had to figure out a way. The need for the industry, as I described it, is how to be able to resume production without compromising the safety of the employees and the society at large. So through innovation, R&D innovation, and being responsive to the needs of society, okay, we come up with smart solutions. What do I mean by smart solutions? Examples would be like, from nothing, all of a sudden developing the capability to do respirators, to do contactless temperature checks, digital checks, contactless, medical examinations. So that's what actually the smart solutions, which eventually address not only the manufacturer's needs, but the needs of the society at large. So that is a practical example. But now as you expanded, because the nature of our industry, we are unique in the sense that we're both users of the technologies as well as suppliers of the hardware, right? So we're in a unique position. So that's why this three areas that I broke down to really redounds and really echoes according to the specialities and the nature of our industry. So I'll leave it at that because I'm sure when you talk about Internet of Things and smart manufacturing, Sherwin can expound further on what Brett said.
Yes, Mr. Nones, your turn. Thank
Yeah.
you.
As Dr. Lachika has mentioned, and to the point of Red, there are so many things that each that a lot of companies have done over the past years to bridge the gap during the pandemic, and one of which would be the areas in making sure that employees are safe. And there was a lot of work done behind those, trying to make sure that we are able to monitor them, remotely. We are able to at the same time look at the attendance, and there was a lot even internally in IMI. We built a lot of systems just for that, and just over the past couple of years we were able to really beef up our traceability in not just on the component side, but to everything else, even in the supply chain from end to end. In fact, what is really a standout today, at least for us, is that we were able to define where smart manufacturing is in terms of our long-term purpose. And before, when we said smart manufacturing, automation, it would generally give us three things: save costs, increase revenue or profits, and create value. But now there's a fourth stream, and this fourth stream is actually the umbrella that encompasses all of this. And this is the road toward sustainability, or ESG, beyond ESG. In fact, as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, um, having a net zero roadmap is now becoming is now becoming a requirement for a lot of manufacturers and players to be able uh, to do business. It's not yet a solid mandate, but every year we have customers who are increasingly asking us about this, and there are more customers doing sustainability audits and asking us what is our net zero roadmap. And it pays to be able to really understand where this smart manufacturing is. And I realized over this past couple of years that when you actually put some processes in the cloud, when you automate things, you actually reduce carbon emissions. And these are some of the things that will benefit you, aside from saving costs and increasing revenue and creating value, when you do smart manufacturing. And that puts us in a that puts gives us a better perspective of where things should be. And right now we are in that the process of really firming up our net zero roadmap, and that includes, of course, our digitalization roadmap as well. And there are so many things, so many bits and pieces that we are trying to put together like a puzzle, from legacy systems to things that are relevant today, that are updated. So it just it's really exciting for us to be able to see all of this while we try to navigate ourselves towards all these disruptions and challenging times, such as we have today.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Nones. Okay, for our next question, what role will each of your respective associations or companies play in making manufacturing industries more efficient? So, Mr. Ramos, your inputs here.
Yeah, so there's kind of I look at the question in two different perspectives, right? From a company perspective, Allegro Microsystems, where I work for, and then the association, which SAPI, that I also represent through Allegro Microsystems as the Industry 4.0 Technical Working Group Chairman. So I'll answer it two ways. So when Sir Dan mentioned earlier in his presentation the technical working group and how they were able to what was the composition? It was really industry experts, and not just industry experts in our industry, but industry experts in industry 4.0 implementation. And I've been doing this since I came on board in 2014. And so that is kind of so my role in that is sort of an advisor in publishing a roadmap. But of course, before you publish a roadmap, you have to understand where you are at this point. And it was alluded to in Serdan's presentation earlier that there was a baseline survey. And actually, there was a question from the audience concerning the baseline survey. And that really is so. What we did is we wanted to be consistent. We adopted the SIRI benchmark, but a bit more condensed. We wanted to be more simplified because SIRI has 16 dimensions, and at this point, we didn't think that all of our companies were ready to take on the full SIRI evaluation, and hence we just focused on the questions that were really geared towards the core manufacturing areas of our members, which is, automation, connectivity, and intelligence related to manufacturing. Okay, and so through that we can then draft a roadmap for our member companies to get mass adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies, processes, right? And so from an association point of view, our role really is to spearhead and push our members to move into this direction, right? So a lot of our members sadly are still in Industry 2.0, and so it's going to be a big jump for them. But then that's our role, is to understand what are those gaps and how can we help them adopt so that it won't be a big obstacle for them to go from Industry 2.0 to a little bit of Industry 4.0, right? And so that's our role internally. But as SAPI, and I'm always proud to say this, is that we're always the leading. We're always on the leading edge of technology, whether it be the products we produce, or the processes, or the equipment that we use, right? And so our role in the Philippines transformation in manufacturing is really to be a benchmark to kind of advise DTI, DOST on what steps can other industries take to adopt Industry 4.0, right? Because again, it's natural for us. I think it's our responsibility, a fundamental responsibility to really push this for the Philippines, because we are at the leading edge of this movement.
Yeah.
We're currently moving at the rate that we've never seen before, and we're hoping that we have our SAPI companies adopt much faster, and then pass that adoption over to the other industries, and that will uplift, of course, the Philippines as a country. Because as we know, if you look at history, the first and second industrial revolution was really what made the USA the power that it is now, right?
Yeah.
And I believe it's through that industrial transformation that we can transform the Philippines from an emerging country to perhaps a first world country.
Yeah. Thank you. I agree with what you said, coming from the Philippines as well. So yeah, thank you for your inputs. Now, Dr. Lachika, your inputs, please.
Okay, interesting. You have this order, Catherine. You want Brett first, me, and then Sherwin. Maybe later you can start with Sherwin. Might feel badly. How come he's on the tail end? Anyway, I'm just kidding. I actually feel blessed and almost spoiled in the sense that we have experts like Brett chairing the IR 4.0, and of course industry experts also like Sherwin lending their expertise, right? So my role then, because we have this group of experts that basically have practiced and are very familiar with IR 4.0 in implementing in their respective companies, the concepts, etc. So my role really as an association, as the head of SAPI, is to be the enabler and the facilitator. What do I mean? Okay. Well, yes, we work with government agencies, but as you know, for Singapore and other governments, they have a lot of priorities.
So it's SAPI's job to not only to advise, just like Brett said, but to make sure that we have their attention, so that when we need resources, we can basically dip into their well, so to speak, to get some of those resources. For example, as Rhett mentioned, we start off with three dimensions, three manufacturing dimensions. But as you know, Siri has 16, right? And it's expensive to get that kind of full assessment. So what we've done is to work with DTI so that we can get at least 6 of our companies get the full Siri assessment, as funded by DTI as they work with the World Economic Forum. So that's one. We also want to make sure that we're on their radar. Both DOST, DTI, they have IR 4.0 in their roadmap. And so we search high and low for experts, not just in the Philippines, but in Singapore, or in this case, in Singapore. We found the Siemens resources, as well as I mentioned earlier, CAD Vision, because as I said, we have the expert, but we need to facilitate to make sure that the roadmap is moving, that we're making progress. And oh, by the way, since, as Red said, we're the leading industry organization in the Philippines that is practicing IR 4.0, we're not going to keep it to ourselves. We're going to share it with the DTI and the rest of the industries in our country, so that they can learn from our experience and be motivated to get up and accelerate their journey towards industrial revolution.
Thank you, Dr. Lachika. Sherwin, your inputs?
I want to be honest here, and I think that the first time I heard Rhett present the smart manufacturing roadmap, it got me inspired. And right after that, we had something already in the drawing board, but it kind of helped us really hasten our own digitalization roadmap. So thanks to you, Red. I didn't tell you that though, but it did help us, in a lot of ways. And in fact, this roadmap that we have is always now being talked about in our board meetings, in our management meetings. It is something that we've done that fits our profile and fits our needs. And I think that's ultimately the goal. Try to figure out where there's need for more efficiency, and address that, and not just for us in the Philippines, but on a global scale. And for us, I think, for IMI, I think our role here is for us to be able to be a catalyst for our customers and suppliers in achieving not just certain levels in smart manufacturing, but in ESG and in sustainability. And that is for us the ultimate goal. And we do so continuously by, of course, aligning ourselves with the industry, working with the government and a lot of universities, not just in the Philippines, but in other countries as well. So.
Okay. Thank you, Sherwin. So unfortunately, we cannot take any more questions because due to time limits, we really indeed had a very interesting discussion. A very big thank you to our panelists, Dr. Lachika, Mr. Ramos, and Mr. Nones. I hope some other time we can still continue this discussion. Okay, so thank you for sharing with us your expertise, and have a good day to all of you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
After done. Thank you.
Okay, goodbye.
Great discussion during the panel discussion, right? Okay, now it's our lucky draw time. Okay, so thank you for staying with us until the end. let's do the lucky draw. I'm now sharing the screen to show all of you that I have already collect all the names that who register and also get online today to join our conference. So we will draw. We will pick 5 winners. Okay, let me see. We will pick one after remove that. Okay, great. We will pick 5 winners. So let's make it together. Okay. Pay attention. Now start. Okay. Congratulations, the winners. Okay, that's the winners. The winners will get the Google or Apple gift cards worth $10 each, or other gift as the same value. Congratulations to all winners. Please contact our email on the slide right now. Yeah, please contact Yumi. Oh, by the way, you don't see the slide. Okay, I'll stop sharing and show you the slide. Okay. Oh, please, for those winners, save this email on the screen right now. Email to Yumi Chen, our conference planner, and we will prepare the prize for you. Now, I have very, very important information to share, so listen very carefully. Now that our conference has come to its end, I would like to thank our participants who joined us in this specialized virtual conference with online lobby and the exhibition booths and a great networking function. And we shared a great day today, right? By scanning the QR code on the screen right now, you can join our next event on June 8, 2022, titled Asian Automotive Manufacturing and Cloud Digital Solutions Summit 2022. And also on June 30, 2022, Asian Smart Factory Summit 2022, Automotive Manufacturing Industry, Thai and English. Asian Factory of the Future Smart Manufacturing in Automotive Industry, which is on September 28th, 2022, will be in Vietnamese and English. And also, Asian New Energy Vehicle Innovation Summit 2022, Hybrid and Electric Vehicle Technology on November 25, 2022, will be in Bahasa and English. So we have more virtual conference from Ringer events related to this topic today. Welcome. I would like to see all of you in those events in the future. Signing up now, and you can reserve your spot. You will also receive updates on the event's progress. We look forward to seeing you again. Special thanks to our business partner, Siemens Digital Industry Software, our association partners, VEIA, SEIPI, and AEIS, and to all our speakers. Feel free to visit their booths after the event or leave a message to their booths. Those booth managers will be very happy to arrange a meeting for you. Lastly, please pay attention. Please, before you leave, before the end of this summit today, please answer the feedback form. You can find it on the left-hand side, and also my assistant will leave this message in the chat box later for you. Share your very good opinion or anything you want to say to us. We would like to make it better for you in the future. Once again, thank you, everyone, for gracing our virtual conference with your presence. We truly appreciate it. See you all again next time. This is Jack from Ringer Events. Thank you. Bye-bye.
They're smart and capable. They're innovative and extremely complex. Rise to the challenge and unleash your creativity to boost innovation with a collaborative approach to electronic systems design. Let your engineers do what they really love. Increase their creativity with concurrent design. Today's electronics impact all areas of our lives. They can analyze data and give feedback in real time. They communicate with their users, their creators, and with one another. And some operate autonomously. Unfortunately, they are also far more complex to design, engineer, and manufacture. Designers are frustrated by disconnected tools and redundant processes that slow them down. Set them free from unproductive tasks and give them visibility into the latest project data from every team member. Transform your traditional workflow to efficiently conquer product complexity. With the most comprehensive digital twin, you include all design and software with collaboration, sharing, reuse, and control. Shift left by integrating simulation and test earlier in design where the errors are the cheapest to detect and correct. Connect all engineering disciplines and give them best-in-class solutions to thrive in today's challenging electronics market and unleash your creativity to boost innovation with Siemens Electronic Systems Design. Siemens, where today meets tomorrow.
Welcome to Ringer Events platform. Now is our networking session, so let me share some tips with you so you can have a smoothly user experience during this time. Now you are in the lobby page. At the left hand side there's a social wall here. We have plenty of information. You can scroll down and enjoy. We have banner and the sponsors video here. You can scroll down to see we have agenda for today's conference. Most importantly, please find your right hand side, the chat box. Leave a message here to introduce yourself and your company or organization. Also, you can use a YouTube link or downloading PDF link to introduce yourself better. Now let's go to networking. At the networking page, you can find out every red strand of this conference today gathering around here, including you. For example, Arnold, I would like to know you better. You can find their position and company name tag after the names. Click Start Chat. You can have a private message with them. Hi Arnold. You can have a messenger pop up here. Use this function well and make new friends. Also make your business happen. Next, please go to Booth. At the Booth tag, you can find out Siemens, Philippines Manufacturing Company of Murata, SEIPI, AEIS, and VEIA, their booth. Especially, take a look at Siemens booth. If you scroll down, not only you can find out their website, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook, but also, they prepared the Download Siemens ebook resource here. Take a look at them. And scroll down, we have the video for each booth. You can also leave a message here at right hand side. To ask their questions, the messengers there are happy to answer your question. At the end, please go to the feedback form. We would like to make a better conference for you in the future, so don't forget, leave a comment here. We would like to know you better. Also, if you want us to make a business partner's appointment for you, don't be shy, tell us. That's all. Enjoy your conference today.
The pace of digitalization is unprecedented, and it's completely transforming our world, harnessing new technologies across the landscape of industry to fundamentally change the way we live. Electronics will be pervasive as companies move from selling hardware to providing personalized digital services. IoT will connect everything with automation and intelligence to optimize performance. It's all enabled by digital threads that turn silo data into connected disciplines and processes. These threads form the neural network of a digital twin, a virtual entity which mirrors the physical world, turning data into insight to continuously design, build, and optimize throughout the product and production lifecycle. This transforms siloed electronic systems development, enabling intelligent simulations and parallel design to front-load quality control. Synchronizing data throughout the supply chain and manufacturing process improves productivity and allows manufacturers to diagnose potential obstacles and avoid them. An integrated lifecycle with requirements, planning, and execution in a single system allows complex products to be developed faster and with the full collaboration of all stakeholders. Siemens can help you achieve rapid digital transformation, powered by the world's most comprehensive digital twin. There's no need to dream about the future. It's already here.
I am here at Roy Electronics in Northern Italy, and I'm going to share with you now the PCB assembly process as it starts from the breadboard PCBs to the end customers. Roy Electronics have implemented a very advanced Industry 4.0 PCB assembly shop floor. As you can see, there are hardly any operators in this production floor because they have chosen to implement a very high level of automation. This is the shop floor of the future. Let's go have a look. The burr board goes into the laser marking machine. The machine marks a unique serial number which comes from the ERP and reports to the output file that the Valor IoT can then collect the data. The serial number will enable us to track this specific board and know exactly what happened to it. At Roy, the serial numbers are generated by the ERP and are unique to each PCB. The screen printer applies the paste through the stencil. Each job has a different stencil which is planned with Valor process preparation. It must be precise per product and per revision. At this station, we can expect a relatively high rate of defects. It is very sensitive to environment condition, temperature, humidity, time. This is the reason for many tests and inspection after this stage. With Valor Material Management, we can conduct stencil verification by scanning the stencil barcode and reporting the exact stencil and paste we have used.
Because this is very important. If you don't have the digital life, and your business will be fading away.
More accelerate localized production network and local supply chain network. We are step by step by manually using the very simple sensor and very simple analysis tool. So we are just in the beginning.
They have to be quick thinking, quick decision making, and quick changes. So also accept more agile systems, e-procurement, e-sourcing, but also.
So, having a technology is one thing. Okay, knowing what to 3D print, okay, what to design is another thing. Yeah. So the thing is, And you can see, based on the color, they also use the color as communication. For example, this is color.
And originally, we have Tata Color Vietnam, and